Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form, turn the L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
All right, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. New Year's is a time of resolution, and I resolve never to have to host another league night or Diplomacy Broadcast Network event ever again. We are here to talk about the VDL 2025 Top Board and joined by the oldest player certified in the hobby, David Hood. How are you doing, David?
I am fine, but I could barely hear you because I'm kind of old and my ears don't work.
Oldest active player.
You're really small. You're really small on the screen because you don't have the setting right. But that's fine. We're doing fine, folks. This is.
I got to do it like this. Is that what you're saying? I do something fancy.
That is
all
what
right.
I'm saying. That is what I'm
We're
saying.
Gonna go from
Look at this big face.
The oldest player active ever to play a game is David Hood, and the most active, Darcy Morris, and kind of inactive, Ben Kelman.
Wow.
Good to see you too, Ed.
He's not wrong, but wow.
Fellas, we're going to have a good time tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very excited about seeing the end of the VDL season here. I've been watching too much football, is why I haven't been playing as much, but this is much more exciting level of competition here. I'm excited for it.
Oh, I don't know. That Texas-Michigan game had a pretty good level of competition.
I'm just glad Michigan has a coach. I'm just glad Michigan has a coach now, Ed.
All right, look, people are here to learn and watch about diplomacy.
I mean, if you were talking basketball, I'd be interested, but not in college football. Is just a travesty anyway. There's no reason to be paying attention to it. But anyway, let's go.
And actually, I'm a little scared. Darcy knows more about American sports than all three of us put together, which is scary. But in any event, we're here to talk diplomacy. We're here to talk the Virtual Diplomacy League, an event that has been in the making for the past 12 months. David, tell our viewers, what is the Virtual Diplomacy League and why is tonight going to be a ball?
Well, the key to determining what the Virtual Diplomacy League is the first word virtual. All right. So it is a game that is played live, but not in person, in the sense that people are playing from their homes virtually, but it's what we call virtual face-to-face. And the reason that we call it a VDL, Virtual Diplomacy League, is because this is a series of games that is played from March through December on one game day per month. There's up to 3 rounds that get played every weekend of the game days. And people keep playing and adding to their scores. There's a scoring system that involves putting together a bunch of scores from various games that you played. But all of that was to qualify for this game tonight. This is the VDL top board for the 2025 season. The 7 best players from the league season of 2025 here to battle it out for fun and glory. And, of course, an automatic bid. The winner gets an automatic bid to the DBNI, the DBN Invitational, coming up in February.
Okay. I lost you there on the audio. I don't know. Did everyone else lose Dave or is it me now?
No, I heard it all.
Okay. All right. Ben, you tell me, you played in the VDL. What do you like about the VDL? If you're a new player, talk to us about it.
Love the VDL. I've played a ton of games in VDL. I've made 3 of these 6 top boards, have not won one yet. Glad to be here, a part of it anyway, for the commentary here. I will tell you, it's great because there's a game every month. You can come in, you can play with an intensity like you would, to try to win. You can play to make friends. You can play with the same people over and over again all year, building your score, building friendships. It's a great thing. Honestly, during 2020, when this VDL started and when I started playing diplomacy competitively, I met people all over the world doing this, and it's really an amazing way to connect with the entire global diplomacy hobby.
I don't mean to be an instant fact checker here, but if we're doing our VDL history, I think this is only the 5th season of VDL, so there can't be 6 top boards. I can go through our history where I think Tanya Gale wins season 1, Nicola Taye wins season 2, Brandon Fogel season 3, and Macau season 4.
Did Taye not win twice?
And Jordan Connors won last year.
Jordan Connors won last year,
Jordan
and you're
Connors,
just trying to block
Jason
this
Gallo.
out. You're trying to block Jordan Connors out, which I understand that because you know my history of Jordan Connors, but you just can't take away from the fact that he did win last year.
All right, Darcy, look, for those of you who don't know, you've seen Darcy on everything. I guess you didn't play VDL this year. Is that what happened? Because I didn't see you make the top board. Is that why?
Wow.
I was in the top 7 for about 90% of the season, and then fell heartbreakingly short come the final standings. So I thought, if I can't play the top board, then I'll be involved on the top board somehow, and I'll commentate on this. So I hope to see a good game. I hope everyone brings their A game, because I'll certainly be disappointed if I've lost my spot and it's turned out to be a bit of a bad one. But I don't think that'll happen.
Okay, David, I'm going to give you the most difficult assignment of the night, which is to take us through the Bataan death march of upcoming diplomacy events. I have them here for you. Look at ignore the typo that we have on the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship, which is number 2. These are just the January events.
Yes, it's the January events, and I'm going to the BlazeCon the weekend of the January 17th and 18th, and I'm really looking forward to it. That's the first tournament in Baltimore in many, many, many years, a town which has probably held more diplomacy tournaments than any other town in the United States. But here they are back having a diplomacy tournament again. It's going to be awesome. The weekend after that is the APAC Championship, the Asia Pacific Championship in Bangkok, and I know there are a number of Australians going to that, because I was talking to Brandon Austin about that yesterday. So that's fun. And then you've got the Steel Showdown in the UK. That's another first-time event, which I think Isaac Jukes, who is the commissioner of VDL, is actually running. And I am drawing a blank on where that is. It's near Manchester, maybe. Anyway, I'm totally drawing a blank there.
Europe. It's in Europe.
It's in Middlesbrough in England.
Thank you, Middlesbrough. Okay, so but a sign of how the UK hobby has really bounced back. They had 1 tournament for a while. They had 0 tournaments for a while. Now they're going to have like 4 this year. It's going to be awesome. And then Cascadia Open, Canada's premier tournament, happening every year, and that'll be in Vancouver the very end of the month. And I know that'll be another great event run by Chris Brand, another DBN personality here.
And yet there's more.
There are more, because February we see the DBN Invitational. I've already mentioned this, but for those that don't know what that is, it is a competition that amalgamates all the scores from face-to-face, virtual face-to-face, and extended deadline or press events throughout the season. And you get certain winners of events get automatic bids to the field of 28. Others get in on points. But we got the semifinals. There's the February 20th date there is showing the semifinal weekend, when those 28 are narrowed to 7. And then the top 7, what we call the Super 7, play at the end of February for the DBN Invitational Championship. Many people believe the culmination of the World Diplomacy Year of 2025 will be that game in February. And it started in 2020, which means, for those of us that can do math, this will be the 6th one. And it is, or 2020 season, and it is just an awesome event that we're really looking forward to here on DBN. But then, the fun just keeps going, because you got face-to-face events coming up in March, April, May. There are other tournaments in I was getting ready to say Melbourne's got a tournament in March, because Australia just announced their tournament list. All their dates are set except for the Cane Toad Classic, which is going to be held sometime probably in August, but they haven't determined the details. But there's just everywhere. Netherlands Diplomacy Championship in April. The Europe scene is buzzing. The UK scene is buzzing. North American scene is buzzing. But all of this, you need to get to the last weekend. I'm sorry, the last part of this list, which is the next to the last weekend of May, when you've got the World Championships in Athens for everyone that can get to Greece, and for everyone that can't get to Greece, you've got my tournament in North Carolina, Chaplin, North Carolina, DixieCon that same weekend. That is going to be quite an event at Athens. The participant list is already not just long, but distinguished. And I think this will be one of the best events ever in the history of the diplomacy hobby. Please link that in. This, by the way, is from the DBM website. You can push that button to get more information. If you have not determined whether you can get to Greece in May of 2026 to go to this World DipCon, figure it out now and go.
David, you're such a gentleman, because your own event, DixieCon, the crown jewel of diplomacy, is going on the same weekend. But if I could be in both, I wouldn't. I'd be in Greece.
Understood. And I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of people going to Greece if they can go. I think that's awesome. DixieCon will be fine. DixieCon will be fine.
David, thank you for doing that. And by the way, if you can't get to Greece, you really should go to DixieCon. It's a fantastic tournament. I love draw size scoring. I know that, it's controversial to say that, especially in front of David, but I love it. It's great. It's another game within the game, and I think it's fantastic. All right, look, we're here to talk about this game, the VDL, the top board. Darcy or Ben? Darcy, you've played a lot of top boards. Ben, you and I played a lot of top boards. We haven't cracked them virtually yet. Tell us, in your estimation, what's different about a top board.
Well, all right. In a top board, you're playing only to get the most centers on the board. That's a win. There's no consideration of the scoring system. There's no consideration of trying to go for a solo, although that would be impressive. There's no consideration typically of trying to build relationships. In a league, you might be thinking about how your action is going to affect someone in a future game. You still want to try to be likable within the game, because it's very important how the people who do not have a chance to win act at the end of the game. But you want to go through the game trying to do the best you can and be everyone's second favorite choice if you can, because the board is more likely, I think, to react to a strong leader than it normally is, because everyone knows there's no second place. Your chances are out the window if you do not end up topping the board.
Darcy, we've had our ups and downs on a top board together, mostly downs, but you have had an up recently with a big top board victory. Tell us now how you approach top boards and what these players should be thinking, because we've got a lot of new players on here.
So a little bit of a preview. I have an article with the diplomacy briefing coming out in the next issue where I talk about my top board win and a bit about how that's impacted me. But I used to view top boards not in the straightforward thinking of what Ben's been saying about it's the win or nothing. There could be some newer players that haven't played top boards that are on this VDL top board that could not necessarily be the win or nothing at all, go home sort of mindset. So that will be something that I look out for on this board. I think it's key to look at players like Claire and Patrick, who have both made this top board but haven't played a top board before. So it will be very interesting to see how they interact on this board. But I think now, after my long history of top boards over the last year, I now feel like I can confidently go into I have a top board later this month. In fact, I can now confidently go into it looking for the win and only the win. So yes.
David, why don't you weigh in on top boards?
Top boards really are a different animal in a lot of ways, but so is a league format to begin with. It's different from a regular tournament. It's different from a pickup game. So the fact that a top board is different is no big deal. It's just another game that we learn how to play. But I think that Ben is right. Top boards are about getting yourself in. First of all, not getting be the odd man out in the beginning, so that you're not being eliminated or smushed in the beginning. But put yourself in position to be that person that other people don't mind. If they can't win, then it's okay if I win. That's what you're looking for, because obviously not everybody can, even though everybody's trying to. So at the end, when you've got some decisions to make, or when other people have decisions to make, you want to make sure that they choose to maybe stop someone else from winning instead of you. And the way you do that is building relationships, just like we do in this game normally, but also thinking about timing. Timing on a top board is critical as well, because people that crest too quickly or crest too slowly are not going, or start building too slowly, are not going to get where they need to go. Those that get there too fast are probably going to get knocked down. So timing is important. Relationships are important. Not that those things are not always important in diplomacy, but they're particularly important on a top board.
All right, here's a jump ball for the three of you before we get into it, which is it this top board? How does the fact that it's been a league where these people have been playing with each other for the last 9 months and have developed relationships in games and have advanced together in a league, how does that all come into play now where you're really not playing with anybody else?
Well, around 3 of the people that made this top board got their results early in the season and then didn't play much, if at all, over the second half, whilst the 4 others played together a lot towards the end of this season. So it will be interesting to see how if there's an advantage to the players that got the results early and then sort of hid away until the top board. It'll be interesting to see if, because they didn't have to fight with anyone and get potentially any negative emotions towards each other, if they have an advantage going into this top board. So I'll be looking at that aspect of it as well.
You guys want to weigh in? Okay. Look, we're on to the game now. We're going to show the Paris method here, and let's take a look.
We are here with our lovely VDL top board. As you can see, we are just about to head across into the Paris method to determine who wants to play what and where and why and all of those fun, interesting questions. When the Paris method loads. It's very exciting. So, Micah, where would you like to start?
First.
Seventh, or 7th? No, not allowed. Bradley, would you like to go before or after Micah?
I'll pick before Micah.
Okay. Patrick, would you like to pick before Bradley, between Bradley and Micah, or after Micah?
I'll pick before Bradley.
Jason, would you like to pick between Patrick and Bradley, between Bradley and Micah, or after Micah?
Before Patrick, please.
Claire.
I would like to pick after Jason, please.
You would like to pick where, sorry?
After Jason, between Jason and Patrick.
between Jason and Patrick. Jamal.
I would like to pick between Jason and Claire.
Between Jason and Claire. Justin?
I would like to choose third.
So between Jamal
after Jamal. Right.
This is the highest
After
Jamal's ever
Jamal.
picked.
Okay.
I know, right?
Yes.
What am I gonna? I don't know what to do now.
Jason. Jason, who would you like?
France, please.
Okie dokie. Jamal, who would you like?
This gives me an actual decision. Jason picks France, which I want to be. I'll go Italy.
Justin, who would you like?
I'd like to be England.
England. Claire?
I swore to myself I wouldn't pick Russia again. I'll take the Ottomans, please.
Wow.
Okay. Patrick?
Ooh. Not the choice I was expecting. I will play Austria.
Austria.
Brad, you get to pick Russia.
I told you,
Bradley.
Bradley.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting this choice. I'm going to need a second. Give me a Tatanchi minute.
Some Tatanchi time, yeah. You can have some Tatanchi
Yeah.
time. That's okay.
Actually, no, I don't need it. I'll pick Germany.
Everyone. Oh. Pick Germany. Michael, would you like Russia, or Russia?
You've all just made me very happy. I'll play Russia.
Wow.
DVN's gonna love that one. Wow.
Russia with all the tie breaks.
Did you say it was too early a draw?
Was
Might as well,
an
right?
Interesting. You can draw from 01 if you want.
I'll accept
We
it.
could all get a free
All
center,
right,
and Michael still wins on
wonderful.
tiebreak. It's amazing.
And
I'll vote for
with
Drew.
that, we will hand it back across.
Just end the pain.
Yeah.
What a bunch of comedians.
Wow. I mean, guys, that was a really interesting Paris method that we see here. Sort of started by Claire dropping, which induced Jamal to drop, Justin to drop, and there we are. Jason Gray, fourth seed, gets to pick first.
I don't think that's terribly unusual. I think that it is not surprising for the top three players to sort of move around some because they're more interested in looking at who they would play with instead of worrying about which country they're going to play. The thing that, in fact, I was going to say, if I was going to interrupt, which obviously wasn't going to interrupt the video, I would have said, well, until Justin picked England, and after Justin, well, everything's going pretty much according to plan, and then Claire.
Claire picks Turkey.
Yeah.
Now, people do that sometimes because they want to play who they want to play. Conventional wisdom be darned, so to speak.
Yeah, I think Claire chose Turkey so early because the West is two players that were already there. Two players that are very aggressive, high tempo players. Claire is not high tempo. Actually, prides her game on patience and a slower tempo, and I don't think she would have been as comfortable playing with two really high tempo, aggressive players in the West. So I wasn't surprised that Claire picked in the East so early, but Turkey is a bit of a surprise, and maybe banking on the current AT sort of meta that we're seeing more lately these days, and less of the air meta. But it's a top board, and top boards love an air, so it'll be interesting to see if Claire's gamble pays off.
It's certainly a risk, right? You could get aired. You could get Austria, Russia, and Italy ganging up on you from the beginning. But if you don't, if you can survive that first part, Turkey's a great power to have, right? You can sit in the corner, you can wait, you can pop out towards the mid to end game, and I think it does give her a decent chance here.
I do think Darcy's
David,
on something here. Go ahead, Ed. I'm sorry.
David, I'm all for wanting to play the power you want to play. Like it's a game. You should have the fun that you want to have and do it. I'm curious though. There's pick value, right? I mean, the Paris method isn't just the order that you pick. The value of Turkey is you could probably go lower in the order, have a higher value of a draw or tiebreaker potential. You could probably get Turkey 6. It's a little unusual. We've seen it before in the last few years where Turkey gets picked early on top boards, but usually it's not.
Yeah, I will say I played a top board at the UK Championships earlier this year where Turkey went second, and Turkey proceeded to get aired. So let's see. Claire's certainly hoping that that doesn't repeat this time.
Well, let me say this about that the meta about Turkey being weak is relatively new in the hobby. If you had asked the question 10 years ago, if you want to pick one of these and you want to make sure you don't get eliminated early, what would you? By far, Turkey would have been in the top 2 choices. So the idea of an AIR killing Turkey is a fairly recent change in diplomacy's meta. The only reason I bring that up is meta changes. So at some point, this is no longer going to be the thing, and Turkey's going to bounce back. This is as Ed pointed out, I have been in the hobby for many decades, and these things go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So maybe this is just the beginning of somebody's putting their flag in the ground saying, let's stop all this about Turkey being such a weakling. But now, Darcy, I think you might be onto something. If you wanted to pick the 3 most aggressive, up-tempo, smash-your-face-in players, it would be Justin, Jason, and Bradley, who are in England, France, and Germany. That is a true statement. That their playing styles are different. And really, in the East, the most up-tempo of those, I think, would probably be Patrick out of those 4.
I think that's right. But let me ask you guys, hold on. Let me ask you guys here. Because I wasn't dodging this, McAllister, just getting into it in order because Claire picked before Patrick. But Claire's pick of Turkey puts Patrick in the situation where he can pick Austria, Germany, or Russia, and he picks Austria. Ben, I'm shocked by that pick of Austria. Are you?
Austria can be a boom or bust country. They do have a lot of positive potential, especially if they either cooperate strongly with Turkey or they knock Turkey out quickly. Patrick, I have found to be a pretty aggressive player. I am surprised though. I mean, I think Russia would have been the natural choice there. I do not have a great idea of exactly why he would do that. I wonder if it has to do with, I wonder what his relationship with Jamal is, because that's the only person, or with Claire, because he could have been thinking something with regards to one of them. They're the 2 people in the East he put himself next to.
We are getting some commentary from the players right now on Dip Chat, and Claire is explaining that she was just trying to get as far away from Jason as possible, playing France. And sometimes, listen, as we pointed out from the very beginning, these relationships and who they've played and how those games have gone in the last 12 months, not just during this league, but they would have played in face-to-face events. Jason and Claire being both Australian players. So sometimes you do want to get either close or far away from certain players just because of your current relationship with them on other boards. Totally legitimate.
Well, I did the same thing once with Farron, where I picked Turkey to her France. She still messed with me in Tunis. Okay, but Darcy, this is interesting too. Jamal Bukharli, a world champion, is Italy. Patrick is a very strong player, but new. He's putting himself next to Jamal. What do you think about that?
I think it's more a response to Claire, who is a very vocal advocate lately for ATs. Claire loves ATs. She's not scared to tell people that she likes the AT meta. I think Patrick will see Jamal won't want to go aggressive. He's probably the biggest, most probably like prestigious player of recent years on this top board. He's just coming back from a bit of a sabbatical. He won't want the early big aggressive lead and then the stop Jamal coalition. He doesn't want to see that by the start of 03, 04. So potentially picking Austria to Jamal's Italy gives Austria a bit of breathing room, at least early in the game. And then combined with Claire's vocal love for Turkey makes me think that it makes Austria a more appealing pick. I just need to highlight letting Micah, who has absolutely dominated as Russia this year, to get Russia is an absolute shocker from everyone below Justin to not be afraid of what you let fall down to the likes of Bradley, Grace, and Micah. There's no world where if I'm Bradley, or Patrick, I'm letting Micah pick Russia. That is a brutal pick for everyone else.
I will tell you that 95 times out of 100, I would have done exactly what Bradley did because I simply prefer playing Germany to playing Russia. I just feel more comfortable playing Russia. Feel more confident playing. Germany. Feel more confident playing Germany. Micah Schmicah. I'm sure that I would have a great relationship with Micah as Russia, as to my German, and that's what Bradley's thinking too. That he can just work with Micah.
I think Bradley, he's got a good relationship with either Justin or Jason, right? That would make sense too.
Absolutely. You have to think about what you want and what you who you want to be next to. But Micah has been on fire this year. She's won several events. She's number one in the DBNI standings. Keep playing Russia here when she loves playing Russia. I mean, it worked out perfectly. I'll be very excited to see what she does with this game, and then also whether she's reached the level of prestigiousness, I think someone said before, where there's an initial fear of her that causes her to get attacked right away, because she's been killing it this year, but it's relatively new that she's reached that level of domination. So we'll get an idea of how other people are thinking about her from this game, I think.
All right, well, that's a perfect segue because we do have player interviews, and we're going to go through these. They were just right after the Paris method, and I'm going to play them in order of our pick order. So I'll play Jason's first and Micah's last. But I would like to, before we play them a little bit, or after we play them, talk about each player a little bit and their strengths and their weaknesses. David, this is your cue after I play Jason's because you are so good at this when you do it on DBNI. So let's
see if we were correct with any of our predictions or comments before we
here is Jason's
thinking. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I've got Jason here with me. We've just come away from the VDL top board Paris method. How you feeling, Jason?
Pretty good. How's things, Brandon?
Yeah, same old, just chilling. So a bit of a interesting season this year in VDL. How do you think you've gone over it all?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've played a lot of games, got off to a good start, but haven't had a result for quite a long time, but we'll see.
Yeah, looking forward to it. So we just came away from the Paris method. How do you think that selection went? It was definitely interesting to watch.
Quite bizarre, really. I had some sort of ideas of who I thought. I figured Claire and Jamal will probably look to work together. And I also think Micah and Bradley might look together. So I think I was kind of glad that Justin picked England because I feel happy working with Justin, even though he can be a bit crazy. But I thought he was likely my best chance to get off to a good start. So that'll be interesting. I think Patrick's probably a bit the odd one out, but we'll see what happens there.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah, so like that's touching on a little bit of how you think the game will go. I believe you picked France and Justin in England and Jamal in Italy. Like, everyone on this board is very skilled. They know what they're doing. Do you have any predictions in the long term, how you think it might play out?
I was kind of happy that Micah and Bradley both made the board late, because they're two people they're two great players, but they're two people that I think wouldn't mind if I won under the right circumstances, if you know what I mean, because a lot of it comes down to that. So I think that's good. No, it's quite unusual. I think people have given Micah a really big start here by giving her Russia and all the tie breaks. So I'll be curious if I've never seen that in a top board. So I'm curious if there's a reaction to that. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, for sure. That was definitely unusual. But best of luck, and we'll let you get to the board.
Fantastic. Thanks. See you, Brandon.
You're on mute, Ed.
And I'm sure it was a good point, too.
I was going to say, first of all, Jason does not look like he sounds. I've known this guy for 2 or 3 years, and I didn't know he looked like that. And so I was shocked to see him. But, okay, talk to us about what we heard from Jason and Darcy. Maybe give us some insight into Jason, the player.
Yeah, I mean, Jason is a bit like the Australian Justin in a way, in terms of play style, and that sort of thing. He is very aware of player history and reputation, and who each player works with well. So there may be a 1901, 1902 sort of telling everyone, we have to be very scared of this. This is the alliance he's more likely to do. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we see some early attempts at an EF. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's an early Mediterranean scuffle between Jamal and Jason. If I know my Jason and Jamal face-to-face antics might go across in a virtual.
All right, David, you got a strengths, weaknesses for Jason, or you don't have a read on him?
No, I do have a read on him. I have always thought that Jason was a solid player who was bumping up against the ceiling, but just couldn't crash through it. All right, so I think often has very good ideas. He's not always a conventional player. He'll do unconventional things, as Darcy says. But my view of that is, if he can get a plan to actually come out on top instead of just a plan to make an exciting move. I think he has those kind of plans, but to get over the hump, to get past that glass ceiling, so to speak, he's going to need a plan to actually turn out on top at the end of this game. He is capable of doing it. I think he's a very solid player. He's just been on the cusp of success. And I think France, when you've got everybody looking at Russia, maybe, as being, gosh, that's an uncommonly strong position, Mike has, maybe he'll avoid the early let's jump on France scenario.
Man, Ben, you heard that too. He said that in his interview. He's like giving Russia to Micah and all the tie breaks.
Right. I don't think we mentioned, for anybody watching a Paris Method event for the first time, whoever picked their country last has the tiebreaker if the people who finish the board with the most centers finish with the same number of centers. So that's the reason why you might choose to go later, in addition to knowing who's going above you, who's in what countries. So that will give Mike a big advantage, and I'm sure Jason will be selling that. Everyone go east at the start of the game.
Now, I will say this. Russia and France often have a paired destiny. So he may not want Micah to get eliminated early. He just may want people to be looking that direction in terms of play balance than looking towards France.
Chris, there's no one else I'd rather notice the pipe than you. I decided this year to go with the Doug MacArthur corncob pipe. I don't know. I'm going to try it. We're going to see. All right. Let's hear Jamal.
Hi, everyone. I'm joined by Jamal. We've just come away from the Paris Method. How's this league season going for you, mate?
What league season? I don't remember it. I pretty much had 6 months off. I played a bunch of games at the start of the year. I seemingly did quite well in those games, and I haven't played a VDL game since March, April. So yeah, I'm coming in a little blind. So it's good to be here.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, well, obviously, being away for a little while has given you a bit of a break. You made a bit of a return for Snake Pit, I think. But otherwise, you've had a bit of a break, hey?
Yes, no, I've had some time off. I've walked in one very large circle around an island in Japan. And, I guess I've still realized that I like diplomacy. So I thought I would still rock up and have some fun with some friends.
Yeah, awesome. Coming away from Paris Method, how do you think that selection went?
I mean, first time I've seen Turkey go that high. I like it. I mean, this is obviously, I think this is Claire's first top board that's like a kind of, international serious top board. And I like the confidence she's showing in doing that. So, yeah, I mean, definitely threw everyone for a little bit of a spin, which I wonder whether that was part of the strategy. But either way, I like it, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so you're over in the West. Well, you're Italy, sorry. And you've got Jason in France. And Bradley in Germany, Patrick in Austria. How do you think it will sort of play out beginning to end of game?
It's hard to tell. I try not to overthink these things. I think you can get stuck in your head if you like. I like to walk into games with no set ideas. So if I come up with an idea about how I think it's going to go, then immediately I'm kind of subconsciously trying to make that happen, which I don't really want to do. I mean, there are a bunch of really great players on this board. There's nobody who I think is a slouch, and no one who I think is going to be an easy target. I mean, I like being in Italy just because, as someone who is quite frequently a bit of a, we need to get him first kind of guy. It gives me a little bit of time. I will hopefully make the mid game from this position, if things can fall my way and I can get the luck. But yeah, so I mean, I really don't know how it's going to go. I think it's a really dynamic board, and there's no alliance structures I'm looking at going, oh, this is definitely going to happen, or it really could go anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with such good players, it might just be a bit more of a factor of just waiting for someone to slip up a little bit. So yeah, but we'll see how that plays out. I'll let you go back to join the others, and we'll go back to our analysts.
Thank you. Enjoy your chilling.
Well done.
Muted again, Ed.
No, don't tell
I want to thank Brandon along with Zoe for doing our interviews and sideline, and Isaac for GMing and doing the Paris Method. I should have mentioned that earlier. David, nicknamed the Jade Buddha, former WDC world champion.
One of the most dominating players on the world scene in the last 3 years, I would say. There might be a couple of people that you could put in the same category, but not many. He identified his potential only weakness here, which is a little bit of being out of touch with the current relationships between these players. I don't think it's much of a disadvantage. His advantages are he's playing exactly the country that's best for Jamal in this situation, which he himself also pointed out, because he can't be an early target, even though he's the sort of the biggest name player. There's some great players here, but he's kind of the biggest name player on here. And nobody's going to target Italy going in. So he's got some advantages in that front. He is very creative. I would say that might be his superpower is his creativity. But as I say, the only kryptonite I can think of here would be that he might be a little bit out of touch with some recent relationship building that some of these other players may have engaged in.
Ben, what did you think of his point that he didn't have a set plan? He doesn't want to overthink it. Frankly, I love him, but on top boards, it's hard not to think about all these scenarios. It would be impressive if he could really do that.
He's very calm, cool, and collected. He is, like you are, Ed, utterly confident that he will be able to make friends. I think Jamal is absolutely going to go into every conversation thinking that it's going to work out to create someone who's going to work with him. And that's where he really thrives. And being in Italy will give him a little more time to have those conversations before he needs someone to make a move that advantages him. And I think that's a very good choice for him to take Italy.
Darcy, you famously called Peter McNamara overrated. Is Jamal overrated?
There is not enough information post Jamal's sabbatical to determine his level of play at the moment. But I will say, to David's point about not knowing relationships over the last few months, is he's next to a France and a Turkey who are both Australian players who he can back his knowledge of his relationship with them and how that sort of sits to a point that may make him feel more comfortable than if he was, say, stuck between Justin and Micah or some of the international players. So he's positioned very, very well in this early game. Like Jason pointed out in his interview, Jamal and Claire do have a good history of working together. So hopefully, and Claire conversely doesn't have the best history in working well with Micah. So that potentially may make it difficult to get Claire to put those fleets against Jamal, which might give him even more breathing room heading into the middle of the game. So I think Jamal is in a decent position to really make a run for this, but we'll see.
All right, so now we're going to go to second year in a row on the VDL top board, Justin Lohr. He didn't make a promo video this year like he did last year. Maybe he's coming in humble. We'll see.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm joined here by Justin Lohr. How's it going, mate?
Great, man. Excited to get this game going.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, you've had a bit of an exciting league. I think you came away with best country trophy as well, which is pretty cool.
I did.
How have you found the year so far?
It's been a fantastic year. I mean, we've seen a lot of new breakout talent. We got Claire on this board, and a lot of returning faces as well. And I mean, across like a whole year of competition, I played, I believe, 9 different months, and I came across more players probably than ever, and so many different styles of play and different approaches to the game. It's just been a really exciting year. So really proud to be here.
Nah, awesome, man. Yeah, you've done really good. So yeah, Paris Method was pretty interesting. How did you find that, having to sit through and participate in that process?
Exhilarating, as I'm sure everyone at home did. Last year when I was coming to the top board, I didn't really plan all that much. This year I came with a little more in mind. And I think that I planned for many situations, but not that one. I was, if you watch back Paris Method, I'm sort of like nodding along. It's like, okay, that's sort of what I expected. This is what I expected. And then, Claire taking Turkey really sets up this game to be unlike anything I've played before, I think. That was not according to plan, but we'll roll with it. You know, I'm coming to this game trying to be my most flexible version of myself. So here's a way to get started with that, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. And like, you've got a solid pick. You're in England. It's pretty crazy with Russia being left till the last seed, so they have all the tiebreakers as well. But how do you really see the game playing out from here? You've got Jason Gray beneath you in France. You've got Jamal in Italy, Bradley in Germany. You know, a bit of a mix. Everyone on this board are solid players. So is there any anything you want to call out before the game gets going?
It's going to be impossible to tell. I mean, there's just so much raw talent on this board. There's not a single underdog. I really think that anyone else could take it. And, I'm just privileged to be on board with so many strong players. I knew that I wanted to be neighbors with Jason. I really like playing with Jason, so hopefully something works out there. I was really hoping not to be neighbors with Micah, because I love playing with Micah, and I know how that can change my game. So, honestly, I have no idea what to expect. This is going to be an exciting game.
definitely, there's a lot of big names in this board, and I think you all play brilliantly. So, good luck. I'll leave you to it, and we'll go back to our analysts now.
Excellent.
David, if you can't pick the underdog in the room, are you it?
Possibly. Now we are getting an echo. Right? It's not just me.
Yeah, and Ed wasn't echoing, so it's probably his mic.
It's definitely Ed Sullivan, which is fine. We've been trying to get him to mute all night, and then other people keep telling him to unmute, and I'm saying, please let him stay muted. No, but seriously, that was a great interview. It just goes to show Justin. Somebody said, "Is he going to be humble?" No, Justin knows this game really well. He knows this game really well, and he came in here. He probably did come here with a plan. He probably knew that the odds were he was going to take England or maybe one other power, and he's already got his plans figured out. He is not a spur of the moment player typically. So I think that he's sort of the anti-Jamal. England is probably a great place for Justin, particularly after he doesn't know this, but Jason's over there saying in his interview, I'd love to work with Justin in England. I work well with him. I'm like, okay, good for you, Jason. Lots of people have thought they were working well with Justin. He knows, he's a good alliance player. Don't get me wrong. He knows how to work an alliance. He also knows how to stab at the right times.
Justin also won Tour of Britain this year. And is on a pretty good roll in the virtual scene this year. So the extra confidence of coming off a Tour of Britain win recently can also, and the fact that it's not his first VDL top board now. He did it last year. He knows what not to do and what to do to take from that previous game. So I think he'll be quietly happy with well, not necessarily quietly, but he'll be pretty happy with I think his positioning heading into this game.
Justin's a pretty interesting player in that he likes to play alliances, but he likes to play them in such a way where he doesn't feel that breaking an agreement is going to end the alliance. It's very me and him have different strategies. We were talking about this once, and he called it tear and repair, where even if he does something that's a little bit off, I don't think he said that in confidence. Even if he takes something that's a little bit off, he's confident he's going to get through it and keep the person on side. And when he first started doing this, I thought he was crazy, but he's had such success. This really, really works for him. So it's such a balance. You're balancing every relationship you have. And I'll be very interested to see if it comes through for him in this game.
Okay, is the echo back or am I?
Echo's gone. We're good.
Sounds like it's gone. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, that's good. All right. I had a really witty comment to make about Justin, but alas, no, I don't. All right, so now we're going to go to newcomer on the scene, Claire Bradbury.
I am here with the wonderful Claire Bradbury. Claire, how are you going on this beautiful Saturday afternoon for us?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. There is light outside, which is not that common when I play this glorious board game.
That would be a new sensation, yes. So we've just come out of a pretty interesting Paris method. Talk to me about what was going through your head.
I don't know. I think things ended up in a spot that I'm happy with. It's not exactly how I predicted because I forgot that I think I switched Jason and Patrick up when I thought about it. But I didn't really think about it all that much. I sort of did exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to go forth and pick Turkey.
Fantastic. So you've got your power of choice. You're set up to dominate, and that's what you did certainly in December VDL in the lead up. You've been working hard all season long, but in particular in December, we saw you jump from 5th seed to 3rd seed. Pretty impressive for a rookie, correct me if I'm wrong, playing not only their first year of VDL, but their first year of diplomacy full stop. Tell me a little bit about how the season's been for you.
The season went pretty well. I decided to play a few games just in the lead up to APAC to get myself a bit more familiar with the game and how it's, supposedly played. But I sort of accidentally tripped and fell into like a board top at like 3 a.m. And I was sort of in like 8th place after that. So after that, I decided I should just, might as well have a go, see if I can get on the top board. And we managed to do it. Although I will say I do owe the 3rd seed to the kindness of David Seymour and Aurora Atman, I believe, who let me take a board top in one of the most unholy alliances I've ever done. So thanks to those two.
I will remember the end state of that board for a long time. It was very pleasing color scheme, I will say. It was nice how you all three engineered that. So this is your first virtual face-to-face top board. How have you been preparing?
I haven't done a whole lot. I think the only thing I did was go through some past top boards and see who has some history together. But I didn't really do anything extensive. I have like no idea how Bradley Grace plays the game of diplomacy. I've never played with him. We'll just see how.
That's actually a really good lead-in. Who are you excited to play with? Are you excited to play with Bradley Grace or terrified?
I'm not excited to play with any of these people. They're terrifying. They're all sharks. None of them are gonna, do a nice little Fogel with me, and that's my comfort zone. So I don't know. I know some of these players really well, and some of these people I've like never played with before. And then Jason Gray's also here. Jason Gray, yeah, he's here.
Yes,
we
there's a little bit of
together.
There's a little bit of history for sure, but it's quite an international board. We've got 3 Australians, 2 Americans, 2 Europeans. How are you feeling about those dynamics? Do you see anything coming into play there?
Not that much, honestly. I don't know that these players necessarily we've all played together before, apart from me. I don't know. I know Jamal really well, a fellow Canberra player, probably one of the people I've taken a lot of advice from throughout learning the game, among a lot of other people. So I have a really good read on how he plays. I know how Jason's going to play, so I think I might have an advantage in my read there. That's kind of why I'm quite happy with Turkey. I've got Micah, who I know really well. I've got Jamal, who I know really well. So I think I should be a good environment for me, to be honest.
I'm really glad to hear that. Knowledge is power. Never a truer word. All right. Thank you so much, Claire. I happen to know that we are both theatre aficionados, so I hope you don't mind me saying chookers for the top board. Best of luck, break a leg.
Now is the winter of our discontent.
Thanks so much, Claire.
You're muted again, Ed.
You can see it all. You can see everything in Claire right there. Is she just happy to be there? Yes. Tell us about what you think about Claire. What a phenomenal year, by the way.
So Claire's had a great year. Claire also pointed out what I see is probably her biggest weakness heading into this top board, which is the fact that she likes a lot of shared tops. That is in face-to-face tournaments, she gets a lot of them. She aims for a lot of them. So this is going to be a far distance out of her comfort zone in terms of how she plays the game and approaches pushing for the top. So that will be, I think, a big shift she's going to have to make as a player. And when it's your first year playing diplomacy and competitive diplomacy, and it's your first top board, it might be a really big hurdle to overcome. I'll be interested to see how it goes. I know from experience, overcoming top board hurdles is not easy, and changing mindsets is not an easy thing to do. So yeah.
Claire doesn't necessarily have to completely change her play style. I agree that her style is not what you might sort of classically think is going to be successful on a top board. I am here to tell you that there's actually more than one way to play a top board, because you can play an alliance style top board where you and another alliance partner, or maybe 2 alliance partners, are narrowing the field. There are some people that play top board and they're very balanced of power, and they're trying to keep everybody sort of balanced. Some people think that that's not the way to play a top board, that you should actually be narrowing the field and having a 2 or 3 person alliance dominating, and then you sort of race at the end for who of those people are going to win. People haven't done that lately in a top board. That's not been the current meta of the game. But Claire could decide, if she gets an alliance partner, to try that strategy. It is a strategy that has worked in the past.
And it sounds like she feels pretty comfortable with two of her neighbors, at least, in Jamal and Micah. Did she say she thought she got Jason and Patrick confused for a moment? Did I hear that?
I think what she meant was confused on where they were in the pick order. I think that's what she.
I think she thought that Jason was the person who was below her in the order.
That's what I mean. I think she got them mixed up who was where in the play order.
I wonder if she had thought that Jason was going to be in the East and that he would be a potential partner for her.
I think
Jason also loves ATs. Jason's also
she
massive.
made a comment in the dip chat in this broadcast that say she was trying to get away from Jason.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then she accomplished that, certainly.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to one of the young guns, another young gun. Patrick playing Austria.
I'm here with 5th seed Patrick Jacobson. Patrick, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well tonight. I will admit it's a little unfortunate to have the overnight slot, Justin and I, but we will have some solidarity through that at least. And we're both night owls anyway, so it shouldn't slow us down too much.
Fantastic. The Midnight Special. Patrick, I wanted to start by asking you a little bit about your journey to being in the top 7 this year. So you're no stranger to VDL, obviously, or to commentating VDL. But it was an interesting, you really did play the whole year, and there were a few peak times which really got you ahead of the pack. Can you talk to me about your journey through the league through the year?
Yeah, well, of course, I started off this VDL season yapping on DBN, so I had to make sure I could walk the walk to back up the talk. And of course, my goal was to improve enough this year to make the top board, and I was able to do that. It's really started in April with my first breakout result, a 10 center English top, where I ran a solid EF with Ben Kelman and then stabbed. That was really the big result that started me off, and then another shared top in that same month. Then it was sort of quiet, but August was another big one where I really feel like I pushed myself to a new height as a player, where I got really my best competitive result so far, a 16 center Italian top after running a wintergreen with McCallus. So not just topping boards, going from last year where I stabbed people for 3rd place and thought it was a good result to topping boards, but not just that, also increasing the average caliber of player I was able to be comfortable allying with and working with. It's really been a satisfying process, and just being exposed to so much talent over the course of the year, I feel like has really, really helped me reach the level I needed to get here, to the point that I only played one game in the last few months of the season.
And that's fantastic to hear, because that's really what it's all about with leagues, getting that confidence, getting that ability so that you can push yourself to go further and further. Yep. And that 16 center Italy was a great push. So we've also just come out of a pretty interesting Paris method. What was going through your head?
Yeah, wow, that was a really, really dynamic Paris method, maybe the most dynamic one I've ever seen. So not great to be the first one that you're in, but my process going in there was really, I wanted to try and get some insulation from specifically Jason and Justin. Those are the players who I feel the most uncertain about my ability to work with. So going in, like, Austria is by far my weakest country, but I thought I might end up picking it just because they'd likely be in the West with their high seedings. And that's exactly how it panned out. And then, of course, Claire picking Turkey 4th. That was a truly crazy call that, not crazy bad, but crazy like unexpected, that really gave me an unusual choice between Austria, Germany, and Russia as a 5th seed. That's a dream. That's my favorite country to play, the country that ticks all my boxes for this game specifically, and Russia. So not bad. Really, I think what made me pick Austria was the feeling that both of the people who were behind me, Bradley and Micah, were both very good Russians, and they know the value of the Austrian-Russian relationship, and I've worked with them and seen them work well in that capacity before. So I feel like it sets me up for a potentially really successful game. And of course, Jamal in Italy also helps, since I know he's not the kind of player who will bonsai into me really quickly. So it just gives me a bit of breathing room to find my bearings and get a slow but measured start to the top board, hopefully.
So it sounds like you went into Paris method with quite a bit of strategic thinking. You're known as a sharp tactician. How else have you been preparing for the top board, if you don't mind my asking?
Honestly, I haven't been playing nearly as much in the last month or so compared to usual. To some extent, I've been trying to get my mind off the game. quite a bit. But also, I did play a house game with my local California Bay Area club earlier today in Berkeley. So that was a really fun experience. It didn't go too well, but it was just a fun little casual thing that I could use to lower the temperature a bit mentally before going into this more intense and more sleep draining experience. So I think that's really helped me. But I don't really think I prepared in the usual way that you'd expect from me, right? I'm usually the guy who's studying a lot, watching old replays, watching old top boards, talking to people a lot who I know well. But in this case, no, I just feel like I need to go in with a clear head, and I'm sort of playing with house money, right? Because just making it here was my goal for the year. So I need to use that ability to be a bit more flexible, I think, in order to help win this board.
Wonderful. Well, I, for one, am really excited to see how this new style of preparation works out. Patrick, best of luck on the top board for VDL 2025.
Thanks, Zoe.
Okay, I don't believe Patrick for a second that he's just chilling like Brandon Austin for this top board. David, what about you?
Neither do I. Although I will just say this, and Ed, I think you probably agree with me on this for sure. Patrick's like one of the best stories in the diplomacy hobby in the last 2 years. Starts out as very eager but very inexperienced, and now he's very eager and experienced and good. And it has been fun to watch that honestly, that transition. And of course, he's been a great commentator here on DBN. I would argue one of the better ones in the last 12 months as well. So it's a pleasure. It's going to be a pleasure to watch him play. I do question whether he's going to fit in this East as well as he thinks he will. I hope he does. But I do think there's a possibility that his play style is not going to mesh as well with Claire or even as well with Jamal as he would like. I will say this, though. He reads the board as quick as like a Michalis Kamarides does. If he sees something going on in the West, he'll be able to ring that alarm bell and do something about it as quick as anybody else. So in terms of balancing something, if from the East, if something is really going jackrabbit in the West, which is a possibility, all three of those Western powers are aggressive. They could do some kind of jackrabbit start. Patrick will know that, and he will not be asleep at the wheel, and he'll be able to do something about it.
A funny aside with Patrick is I played one of his earlier games, and I may have done some shenanigans with him, and he was outraged, and he came to me and he said, "What is your explanation for what you did?" And I go, "Well, I lied to you." And he just like took it there. It was like, "Whoa!" But Ben, you apparently are Patrick's launching pad into the success that he's had.
I'm just too trusting. I'm just too trusting, Ed. No, it's one of those situations where we're having this great EF, and I was thinking maybe one of us even solos this game. Let's get all the way across the board, and we'll see, what could happen. And he goes, "I see a top. I'm going to get that." And he did, and that's what you need to do in this league. And that's a good thing about Patrick is he's a great guy. He's a fun guy to have a hang out with after the game. But he has no qualms. He's ruthless in the best way. When something needs to be done, he's going to do it.
Darcy, I imagine you have a lot of experience with Patrick. How's he going to fit in with all these Australians?
I've only played one negotiation included game with Patrick, and that was at DipCon, where I was in Italy, he was in Austria, and there's a reason he said that he's confident that Italy won't just bonsai into him. Because I sort of did that and sort of ended his game. It was a bit of a tough game. So I don't actually have that much experience negotiating with Patrick, but he is of a similar ilk in terms of a young, eager, up and coming player, a bit like me, Claire, I guess the pinnacle of the young, eager up-and-comers is probably Micah. And I can really see him not having the issues that I have had on top boards in terms of attitude around and mentality. I think that's something that if Patrick can snatch onto an ally, he will be brutal in the final years of this game to get what he needs. And I think if he gets the chance, he can fight anyone there.
props to you, Darcy, for comparing yourself to the abilities of 3 players who made the VDL top board. Good job. I'm really proud of you. All right, let's go to Bradley Grace. My God, the veteran Bradley Grace, even where Claire's never played a game with Bradley. How can we forget about Bradley? I never did.
I haven't forgotten about Bradley. We'll talk about that.
I'm here with 6th seed in the VDL for 2025, Bradley Grace. Bradley, how are you doing?
I'm feeling good. It's cold and still dark, but by the time it's the end of the game, it'll be sunny and bright and everything will be going well, surely, right? That's how it works?
Surely. That's how it works every time.
Good.
Oh, my goodness. Bradley, I am just stunned by your last couple of months in VDL. You went from outside the top 20 in October to 15th in November to 6th in December. Run me through what was happening there, because that is a huge jump, huge couple of jumps.
So after about April time, I needed a diplomacy chill break. And I played one game where I substituted into a 1 center position and survived. And I was like, yeah, cool. I was hanging around at 2 a.m. for no reason anyway. And then I went to EDC, and even though I didn't perform how I wanted, I felt good about my games. And then about a week later, I found out, oh yeah, that game that you substituted into actually counts. So if my name's going to be on the leaderboard, then it's going to be in the right position, okay? So I had to like play in 2 months to make up for it, because my name's not going to be on the leaderboard if it's in like 90th place. That's not acceptable, Zoe.
I did wonder if this was just like a running exercise for you, like, oh yeah, let's just do some sprints in the last couple of months, see where I get to, challenge myself.
Well, I only had 2 months left once I found this out, and I just had a good time at a tournament, so I was like, sure, I'm back. Yeah, why not? Play 4 games, do well.
Absolutely. And we're glad to have you back, Bradley, although maybe your neighbours on this board might be quaking in their boots. So
fine. It's going to be fine.
Just a friendly guy. So we came out of a pretty turbulent Paris method. Was that remotely how you expected that to go?
I spent a little bit of time thinking, oh no, do I want to pick Turkey if I'm dealing with Jamal and Jason like the VDC last year? Because that went very well for me, actually. It went incredibly well. I think I survived on 2 after a lot of effort. So I was debating picking Austria. And then I made a joke thinking, oh, like before the game with all the players, like, oh, if you leave me Russia, I'm going to take it. I didn't expect the choice to be Russia or Germany. Like, the way I viewed it is, as Germany, if I don't find a friend in the West, then I want Russia on my side. And when I'm playing Russia, I really like to, most of the time, ally with Germany as a general defensive pact. But Mike is terrified of playing Germany and freezes up under picking Germany. So I was like, well, that's not going to work, because she's just going to do erratic things because she's not comfortable. Which is funny because she doesn't play like that at all. But as Germany, she does. It's really weird and funny. But I was like, I was thinking about it. I was like, would I rather be Germany with a comfortable Micah in Russia, or a Russia with an uncomfortable Micah in Germany? Like, who your neighbors are, all that nonsense. Like, who cares? Like, people are just people. Like, they're not impossible to beat. It's going to be fun. I do wish I was next to Jamal so that I'd have control over his puppetry, but couldn't control that. Simple things.
Sometimes the waves are just very strong. But
this is just vibe, Zoe. Like, I'm not even putting, like, I've not put weeks of thought into this. It's just what feels good.
And that's really important, honestly, and sometimes can lead to very good results, in fact, coming in relaxed. So just I suppose you've mentioned about Micah being in Russia. Is there anyone on this board that Bradley Grace, the known shark, is nervous to play with?
I want everyone to play like a shark because they're the most fun game. Like when everyone's trying and everyone's putting their maximum amount of effort in, then I feel like it brings the best out of me as a player. So my only worry in this game is that people start doing nonsense because they feel like they can't win. I actually don't mind that. I've took advantage of that in the past couple of months in league games, but it's more so controlling how that happens and making sure that I'm the one who's benefiting and not others. So I'm probably just you're gonna be surprised, Zoe, stab as little as possible. The big, like, it might be a surprise. It might have took me a couple of years to learn this, but you don't stab people and then they're not doing well. They might just let you win. It's a shock. You never know.
A wild strategy, but in general, excited for a strong, competitive game. Everyone putting their hearts into it. I'm excited to see this top board. Bradley, best of luck, and I'll see you on the other side.
What's different about Bradley, David, is unlike every other diplomacy player I think I've almost met who's humble, who talks about, oh, you know, I could do better at this, or I wish I was better at this. This dude is like, I'm better than you. I'm going to win. I'm aggressive. I mean, he has confidence. Like, I could be like, you know, Bill Gates or Elon Musk if I had that confidence at 20. You know, whatever age he is. It's crazy. I'm so impressed by the confidence, but it can be a liability, David.
It can be a liability, but I don't think so here. I actually think Bradley's the most dangerous player on this board. And one of the reasons, and that's saying something, given who these other players are, but I really believe it because nobody has more recent and successful across the board top board experience than him, playing very, very competitive extended deadline tournaments, for one thing. And he is just a great player. And you're right. He does not try to minimize how good he is. He does not try to play go under the radar. He flies right through the radar and dares you to care. And I'm not saying he does that in some kind of, you know, bull in a china shop fashion. He doesn't. He doesn't in a way that he is really making very strong arguments to you on why you should do certain moves that benefit him and you. He's actually an extremely persuasive player. And I would say that if anybody could drop into this Germany, again, facing who I think Justin and Jason, also very aggressive players, if anybody could drop into that position and do well in that scenario, I think it would be Bradley, because he'll be able to talk to Micah. He'll be able to talk to Jamal. He'll be able to get help if there's an EF. And so be able to talk to Patrick about that as well. So I think Bradley is in a great position here, and I think he knows it.
Ben, what do you think? Do you think he's the Donald Trump of diplomacy?
Oh, man.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Oh, you mean with the confidence and all. Okay. I'm not going to go there, but he is not wrong that he's a great player. And David is right that playing those extended deadline games, I think, really hones your skill, and his success has given him a lot of confidence. I was interested to hear him say that Jamal was the person he was concerned about, and that I wonder if that will affect his diplomacy with his neighbors who are also Jamal's neighbors in terms of him trying to direct how things go. And I'm also interested in his level of confidence with regards to Micah specifically. And I wonder if he's underestimating her at all, although he also said that this was only with regards to her playing Germany. So we'll see.
It was quite the psychological thing that he did quickly, right, Darcy, where he's like, oh, well, I don't think she plays a good Germany, so I'd rather have her be, you know, Russia. I don't think he's right, by the way, but fine. I mean, this is what goes into players' analysis. But Bradley there, I'm interested in your take on the Bradley-Jason relationship, because these two are maybe locking heads is my thought. What is your thought?
I am expecting Jason to sort of force there to be a bit of a loggerheads. If even just solely based off of Jason's own interview about how strongly he felt about an EF. So I think Bradley, I think like David said, Bradley picked Germany probably knowing something around that is a likelihood, but also knowing that having a strong player like Micah, not wanting her to get Germany and wanting her to get Russia so that she can be a more capable hands player in Bradley's eyes, and having Jamal in Italy makes him feel a little bit safer in terms of being able to turn the West in his favor at sort of like a counter push sort of style. I think David is very right in terms of his diagnosis of Bradley being one of, if not the most dangerous player on this board. I think Bradley hasn't played a lot recently. That will work in his favor in terms of he loves diplomacy, so purposely keeping himself strained back a bit might make him that more desperate to get a really strong showing here. So I back Bradley quite well to push past anything that the EF can give him if he can get across to Micah and Jamal, willing the East letting that happen. Of course, the East has to be in a position to let that be something they can do first.
All right. Well, for those of you who doubt Bradley's abilities playing Germany, I commend you to watch last month's league night in December, where he played Germany and lost Munich in 1901 and topped the board by an extreme margin. The man could play, Germany can play it all. I hate to say last, and it's certainly not least, but Micah now. Let's have her interview as Russia.
I'm here with 7th seed Micah Blom. Micah, how are you doing this evening? Morning. I'm getting really caught up on this. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, especially after Paris method.
Tell me, so picking seventh, and getting Russia. What's going through your head?
I think that's really good because I really like Russia. I think my main concern is that Russia is very diplomatic, or at least my Russia is. And on the top board, I don't think people necessarily really want me to win. But I think it was mainly interesting how this went about. So Bradley had a choice between Germany and Russia and chose Germany. I hope I'm correct in this, but I completely interpret this as Bradley wants to do a GR with me because I know that Bradley loves GRs. He knows I hate Germany. So I think this was like a peace offer to me.
Yeah, a bit of an opening salvo. That's so interesting. I love hearing about the background dynamics behind Paris methods. I'm so interested to see where this goes. So it's been a huge year for you, Micah. I believe you're currently still 1st seed in the DBNI, and that's just incredible. Huge congratulations on that. You've been working really hard all year and had some phenomenal results. What keeps you coming back to VDL among all these wonderful outcomes, wonderful results, lots of opportunities to play diplomacy? What keeps you coming back here?
I mean, I like diplomacy. I like the people. I think I just went to a lot this year. Like all the face-to-face games that I could go to, I did go to. And then VDL, I haven't played that much this year. Like I still have a decent amount of games. I think about 8 or something, but not as much as I did last year. But the virtual scene is very fun. I think it's quite easy. You can just play it from home. Yet it's always competitive if you want it to be. And I really like the vibes.
Absolutely. It is great vibes. And speaking of competitive and whatnot, you jumped from 17th in the standings to 7th in December alone, 3 back-to-back games. Can you tell me a little bit of that experience? Because, oh my God, 3 back-to-back games. I'm kind of dizzy at the thought.
It was an accident.
That's what they all say.
The first game I played, Darcy Morris was in there as well. And at the point, I think Darcy was in 8th or something. He was really close. He wanted to make the top board. I just wanted to play round 1. I thought I have no chance anymore anyways. I'm just going to play for fun, I'll help Darcy win. And I'm not going to throw to him because that's just the thing I don't do. But if we worked together and it was a bit more in his advantage, that was fine. But at some point there was a better position, and I thought, okay, I'll still accept the draw where Darcy wins, but I want to at least show what this position can do. I can't just sit here and do nothing. That's not fun. But then, because of some other dynamics on the board, suddenly it was possible for me to win, and I took that opportunity. And then I thought, oh, what if I played more today? Which I did. Round 2, I actually got eliminated. And round 3, I wasn't sure if I was going to play. Because on the one hand, I wanted to go for it. On the other, I'd seen the players who were going to play that evening. There were just not that good of chances. But I thought, you know what? I'll just play for fun. I've just had a very bad game. I got Western tripled by Claire, amongst others. And I didn't have fun, and I thought I'm just going to play one more game just for fun. I even volunteered to sit out, but I wasn't allowed because of how the numbers worked out. So then I played, and well, as we've seen, that has been successful. So yes, it was completely an accident, but I'm happy it happened.
A total accident, in the most loving and complimentary way possible. Micah Blom, total shark. I'm very excited to see how you do on this morning's, this afternoon's, this evening's VDL top board, Micah. Best of luck, and thank you for everything you do for the hobby.
Thank you as well, Zoe, and good luck with the other interviews. Oh, wait, it's the last one. Well, good luck with commentation.
Thank you very much.
First of all, let me say, Zoe and Brandon, great job on the interviews. They're also, I think, also doing sideline reports. They are really some of the better people we have right here on DBN. Micah Blum, when you've got Micah coming in at 7th, you have a stacked board. If she is your bottom pick, she's the last seed in, you have got a stacked board. She is a spectacular player, and with a country that she's enjoys playing with, the only thing she has to worry about here is I'm the number 1 seed in the world in DBNI problem, and everyone probably freaking out a little bit that she ended up with Russia. That's maybe her biggest weakness on this top board is just the perception that she has gotten herself into a strong position with the tiebreaker and Russia.
Ben, could you believe this? We were talking about Bradley thinking about this GR, and Micah didn't want to play Germany, and here she does. She read that. They are speaking each other's unspoken language fluently, and it is amazing. I don't know if it'll play out, but that is high level.
They're thinking about it in the same way. They're on the same page. GR cooperation gives so much flexibility for each of them. Russia not having to worry about amassing armies to defend against Germany. It's very. I feel good about both of them at this point. They sort of seem like they have an alliance before the game even starts, just based on the way the Paris method played out.
Darcy, I'm sorry, man. She went in to play the last month of VDL just because she pitied you and wanted to help. And then, oh my God, you get knocked out, and then she gets on the top board.
December was a brutal month. I played all 3 rounds as well. I came second in 2 rounds. I fell to the side because of Jason Gray miscounting centers in round 1, and then Bradley coalitioned as Germany the entire board against my Turkey in round 2. So I had a tough month in December. So Micah, Bradley, you made my month tough and heartbreaking. Please make my sacrifice worth it.
No axe to grind here, Darcy Morris.
I don't want to die. I shouldn't have died in vain. All right, look, fellas, it's the moment of truth. David, who's going to win?
Bradley Grace. I've already sort of previewed this. I think he is the most dangerous player on the board. He's not going to be perceived as being in a very strong position in this Germany, given who's next to him. And I think he'll be able to use that to his advantage. Any of these picks would be fine. We're all shooting in the dark here, honestly. But if you just made me make a pick, it would be Bradley Grace. I think he is at the top of his game, and I think he could definitely win this board.
All right, Darcy, who's your pick?
I'll go with Micah based off of Patrick seemingly acting as if saying that Micah is someone that will recognize not to put too much pressure on Austria early game. So it seems like Patrick is leaning more towards a friendly Russian sort of aspect. Has the Bradley Grace in Germany seemingly friendly with her. And if Micah has two friendly people around her already, Micah is going to be a dangerous player come mid-game.
Big Ben.
I'm also taking Micah. I'm not sure if that's allowed, but I decided that.
Yeah, it's allowed.
We saw she is on fire, just absolutely dominating recently. She seems like her and Bradley are on the same page. Claire also talked about maybe I can work with Jamal, maybe I can work with Micah. I kind of feel like that might be Jamal, given that they seem to have a closer, more long-standing relationship. But I think she'll find a way to pull this off. Also, for how she given the level of like willingness to take opportunities, she is incredibly good at retaining likability and not having the fact that she has attacked somebody tank their relationship. And that can be so important. Who is wanting somebody to win at the end of the game.
Well, I think all y'all are crazy, okay? Because you just played Jamal's game. Everyone forgot about Jamal, the world champion. He's sitting there in Italy. You got to take the champ out before you declare a new one, okay? He's out there as Italy, the Jade Buddha. He laid low. Everyone forgot about him. He's my pick. Finally, shall we get to the game? Shall we get to the actual game for what people wanted?
Watch some diplomacy here.
Everyone wanted to see. Darcy, we're going to give you the first break. All right. So here we go. David, actually, let's do it this way. Ben, why don't you take spring and David do fall? Let's do that. I like that configuration.
You want me to read through the moves or read through them and then give it?
Yeah, just do the read and David will do the analysis, something like that. Whatever they normally do on this show.
All right. So we've got things mostly standard, but we've got Claire going to Syria from Smyrna. We've got Venice to Tyrolia. Interesting, given Bradley's concern about Jamal. And we got Paris to Burgundy, which is a little bit unusual, but it works out for Jason. He gets everywhere he wants to go. Everything else pretty standard.
Yeah, I agree. The real question is this some kind of coordinated attack on Munich? I doubt it, but will Bradley worry about it? I also doubt that.
What do you think about the Tyrolia move there? I know it's in vogue to say they love it. I'm not so sure.
I like to go to Tyrolia just to give myself options. Honestly, one of those options can be take Munich, build the extra fleet, and then don't worry about the fact that you're going to lose Munich in 02. That is a thing that Italy can do. So it doesn't bother me.
Well, I'm most curious to see the fall moves because will Bradley not defend Munich much as he did just a month ago?
True.
Or is he going to cover it? This is literally in real time. What will Bradley do? Orders are in the box.
He did cover it, and that's good for him because Jamal really was poking there. Interestingly, there's also a bounce in Belgium. So this is actually a pretty interesting fall. The Russian support into Romania is totally expected. Russia going to Livonia there in the fall is a little bit surprising, an extremely pro-Patrick, pro-Austrian move. So we'll see what that ends up meaning. that Jason putting that fleet in Spain's south coast is the right answer, gives you more flexibility, but will it spook Jamal? We'll find out. By the way, for those that have been wondering, that are maybe learning this game, why would somebody go to Syria in spring of 1901? That is a move that was actually sort of patented by a fellow Australian player, Andrew Goff. And the whole point of it is just to say, hey, AI, if you were thinking about doing a Lepanto invasion where you're going to end up in Syria, forget it, because I'm going to put my army there. That's the purpose of that.
Okay. I know this isn't the Diplomats. This is League Night, but you know, whatever the analogy is, you can't take the whatever out of the whatever. I got questions. Guys, what do you think about mid-Atlantic to Spain? It's only popped up in the meta recently, but I'm sure, David, it used to be a thing. And now, but we don't, now we're seeing it happen more.
It used to be the move. At one point in the hobby, it was seen as silly not to go to Spain, South Coast, because it gives you the most flexibility, the most options. Yes, it can freak Italy out a little bit, but you just talk them down off the ledge, and it gives you more options. The reason that we got away from it is that people started doing sort of screwy things to where the fleet, you know, for example, when I play France, I usually don't send 2 units to Iberia anyway. So I usually don't take Spain because I take Portugal first. But if you're going to send two units to Iberia, this is, in the hobby's history, was the most popular move. I agree that it lost its popularity, but I frankly don't really see why. It is by far the most flexible move.
Well, like
Ben, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, you know, it can be a real olive branch to Italy to put the fleet into Portugal. But in this case, there's a bounce in Belgium. It doesn't look like strong EF cooperation right off the bat. At least that's not what's shown on the board. So I think that would make Jamal feel a little bit better about that move to Spain South Coast.
I'm very curious about what you think about the bounce in Belgium. David, you talked about the high tempo that both these players want. We heard in both their interviews that they wanted an EF. We don't see it. Is that a range? Do you think Justin would want that?
I would not want that if I were Justin.
Neither
so
would I.
no, I doubt that it is arranged. It may be, but I doubt it. I don't think it fits either of their play styles to slow down like that. If Jason really wants the EF, then he lets the English take Belgium so the English can get 2 builds. So I think this is a real bounce. And I think this is just Bradley probably got involved in this triumvirate and took the stronger position.
Now, Ben, David said he thought Jamal was poking, but I'm not convinced it's not an arrangement in Munich here. What's your read on it?
It's a great excuse for Bradley if Justin and Jason are both asking for support into Belgium to be able to say, hey, I had to defend myself. This way he doesn't have to pick yet. And if that starts a amount of animosity between England and France, that could be great for Bradley in the long run. So if he didn't want to support either of them, then certainly he could have gone to Jamal and asked for that. Hopefully we'll see in the sideline interview.
David, there is one thing I'd like to question you about, which is the Warsaw to Livonia. You mentioned that you thought this was a sort of a good news for Patrick, a sop to Patrick from Micah. But on the other hand, she does put the army in Romania and not the fleet. Do you think that's important at all?
Yes, but most people do. Unless you're in Australia, apparently. Most people do. And so I don't necessarily read that as being incredibly offensive. I mean, if you're going to go after Austria, then take freaking Galicia. So I just don't see that. I think the Livonia thing is probably also not anti-German. I really think that's just another unit that could go into St. Pete if she builds in St. Pete and goes to Finland or something. I mean, that's the way I'm reading this. So I'm reading this as still pro-Austria, pro-Germany, and potentially anti-English. But we shall find out. It's obviously an unusual move. It's the most unusual move on this map in the fall of 1901.
All right. So say a little novena to whichever saint you like, because we're going to see if I got these sideline interviews up. This should be sideline 1901.
All right, all right, all right. It has just gone through to Winter 01 in the Virtual Diplomacy League 2025 top board. Brandon, you've been following the West around. What have you been hearing? What were you hearing in spring?
Well, yeah, immediately we had all three of the Western powers, England, France, and Germany, go into the same chat room. And Bradley in Germany immediately was like, you know what, guys, if I had 3 builds, I'm happy to go with a Western triple from here. They talked about the board dynamics a little bit with how the Paris method played out. And Jason and Justin both seemed pretty much down to go with that.
That is incredible and wild, and I will never hear again of Australians initiating Western triple conversations.
This one was 100% on Bradley. The follow-up on that is Bradley went off to talk to some of the people in the East, and EF, so Justin and Jason, talked a little bit, and immediately they're just vibing. They're so happy to be next to each other. They're saying, I think Justin said that he moved heaven and earth so that they could be together. And Jason was pretty much like, look, I just want to work with you. Let's do this. They're happy to go along with Bradley's idea of a Western triple for now. But it's definitely a solid EF with a lowercase g.
And the East has been chatting about this as well. I'll get there. In Spring 01, we have a pretty standard split up where Russia and Turkey go and chat to each other. Austria and Italy go and chat to each other. Patrick is happy to work with Jamal as long as, quote unquote, you don't do that triple bounce in Apulia again, and pitches that he's keen to take out Turkey ASAP. They're talking tactics. Micah and Claire wants an alliance partner that she can stick to, is what she tells Micah. Micah expects an AI. They're talking moves, but it sounds very flexible. And this is something that was a pretty strong theme over 01 in the East, was Claire in particular talked quite flexibly with a lot of people. Spring 01, of course. She and Micah, they got granular on moves, but it felt like Micah still came away from that conversation feeling like Claire hadn't committed firmly. And then Patrick and Claire's chat, it felt like Patrick was quite intentionally talking about everything other than moves, which I think probably indicates his genuine interest in doing an air and working with Jamal and Micah to take out Turkey quickly. How about fall?
Just following up off of that, I heard Micah say to Jamal briefly, you know how I feel about airs. So she was talking about game strategy that is not necessarily related to the people in the positions they are on the board. But there was a little bit of talk from the people in the West, and the brief bit I listened into in the East as well, that backs what you were saying about Claire. Everyone acknowledges her as a strong player, but feeling like she can be a little bit predictable with the lack of commitment, even though willing to talk about a lot of things. That sort of followed on into fall, where I think I jumped into a conversation between Germany and Russia, so Bradley and Micah expressing some strong opinions on not liking Justin as a player and that dictating where she wants to go. So it seems like Micah, from the discussions I heard, she wants to go north. And Bradley saying he's down for an RG.
And I've heard that point about working in the north, Micah wanting to work in the north as well. So that was an interesting conversation. There's a lot of acknowledgement about Jamal being a dangerous player in the East. This has come up in pretty much every conversation. Claire said it, Patrick said it, Micah said it. But even so, it's quite interesting to see how quickly people are willing to talk long-term strategy with him, talk detailed tactics with him, and honestly sign that he's such a good player. He's moved to Tyrolia in spring, and this was agreed with both Patrick and Bradley in that very sort of Jamal way of like, oh yeah, I just want to, he goes to Bradley, I'm making sure that Patrick doesn't go there, and I missed him pitching it to Patrick, but it was clearly everyone's happy with it, no worries, which feels very dangerous going forward.
Just to wrap it up as well, in the West, there was a lot of umming and ahhing from the EF about whether they wanted to stick with Bradley or not. I think they wanted to do a move change right as the clock ran out. So I don't know if that actually went through, but we'll have to go back, see where they're at and see what happened.
Absolutely. See you in 02.
Okay, thanks again to Brandon and Zoe for the sideline coverage. What did you guys learn out of it?
I'm surprised to hear such strong EF language, given that bounce. That bounce just doesn't make sense for either a triple or a strong EF. It just doesn't make sense. So maybe that's what Brandon was talking about at the end, where they were doing a move change to do an arranged bounce. I mean, it's fine. I mean, arranged bounces are fine. It just surprises me if that's what that was.
There was no discussion in there about Munich, but it's possible that Bradley was promised. I mean, Burgundy's a little bit odd in a triple, but there's a chance that Ver was supposed to go to Belgium, and then he felt unable to go to Belgium, had to go back to Munich. And then there's a conflict. Oh, if Germany's not getting Belgium, who's getting Belgium? That's possible. That move to Tyrolia can be a bit of a hiccup in getting Germany the 3 builds that it sounds like he asked for at the start.
All right. Let's do the builds. Any surprises?
Well, it doesn't look like a triple.
It doesn't look like an EF, David.
No, and which is what I thought. I couldn't believe. I was not thinking it would be an EF. You know, I almost said I wonder if Micah's going to build North Coast with that Army Livonia move. Just really, I think, foreshadowing an interest in going after England, and obviously we've got that. I think the most surprising build is not that, though. It's the Turks building that 3rd army. That
you
is
could not
really
be more right. How often do you see that?
I mean, you do see it when there's an IT. You sometimes also see it when they're worried that everyone's coming after them, and they somehow think that that's the best way to turtle up is to get another army. I'm not sure I agree with that, but that is what people do, is they build that army sometimes when they think they're just going to be attacked on all sides, and it just makes them more defensive. So we'll see if that's what Clara was thinking.
It seems like on its face a strong commitment to working with Jamal. If one of those armies goes to Armenia and Micah is focused north, that is going to give Patrick a ton of decision ability here and be able to dictate how the first part of this game goes.
All right.
Of course, an AI hour moves a lot slower when you don't do the Ionian to Aegean thing in the fall. Moves a lot slower.
Darcy, brief. I know that's difficult for you. Brief 01 thought says we welcome you back to the stage. And Ben, actually, David will give David the break here.
Micah, Jamal, very, very, very happy. It is scary for anyone in the East that isn't Micah, Jamal.
All right. Let's go into 1902. Darcy, you're going to do the spring.
All right. Well, staying in the East, we have the AR at least committing to working with each other as Bulgaria is blown up. There's a bounce in Sev. There is a move to Armenia. And it looks like, and there's a self-bounce in Budapest so that Romania feels safer. So it looks very strong AR vibes. Jamal, less committal, just convoys back to Apulia and moves to Tyrrhenian Sea, not committing to anything early. Meanwhile, in the West, Micah gets into Norway. However, at the same time, Bradley moves into Baltic, which would be worse if Justin hadn't just moved into Helgel and Bite. So we'll see how the North can disentangle from that mess in fall. Bradley takes Belgium from Ruhr, supported by Holland, so keeps less pressure on Burgundy. Jason will be happy about that. However, Jason did try to get to Belgium. Jason seems to have moved against Justin here. I saw in the chat.
Seems to have moved.
Well, yeah, seems to have moved for now. I saw in the chat just before I joined back that Jason was completely caught by surprise by the Fleet London build. So it seems like Jason was spooked, and as a result, Justin has been punished. We could see some early game FR cooperation as a result. And Jamal doesn't have too much to worry about an early Mediterranean battle, it seems.
All right, Ben, break down what you're seeing here.
There's some strong commitments here, right? Austria is going against Turkey. Turkey's going against Russia. France is going against England. England's going against Germany. The two who have not really shown their hand is Germany and Italy here. I think it is certainly possible for Bradley. I mean, now it's complicated by Justin's attack, but it's certainly possible for Bradley to have agreed with Micah to get Sweden while Sweden goes to Norway. I think he's left his options open, although Justin has maybe decided for him. One question will be whether Jason holds any ill will for taking Belgium here.
It may be arranged. I really like what Jamal, by the way, has done here with Italy, right? Not moving Ionian, letting Claire get bumped up against Russia here. I just think it's a fascinating group. I think you're right, though, with the commitments. Everyone's committed except a couple. And so, but I'm positive they have plans. All right, so we'll head into the fall. Ben, what do you see?
So rather than taking the guaranteed move to Irish Sea, Jason tries to convoy to London, which would have been incredible if it had worked, but it doesn't. Justin sniffs it out and blocks that. Now, what else? Micah is getting Norway, but is not losing Sweden, which is going to be great for her. And Patrick sort of does a switch up of the triathlon. It seems to have loaned Jamal Greece, or maybe given it, in exchange for the move into Aegean. So some good tactics to start out a AI, or maybe it's an AIR.
Darcy, what do you think about this attempt at London? And basically, it ends up being 5 holds for Jason.
This is great for Bradley. This is really, really nice for Bradley. Jason is completely bottlenecked, doesn't have much room at all for growth in many places. Justin's going to be more angry at Russia and France. Helgoland will come off the board here. Bradley could get away with a fleet build or an army build. He's in a dominant position. This is great for Bradley. I don't like the London move. I think you need to move to Irish here. You need to be putting something into Brest to support yourself into Wales in spring and get something on the mainland as quickly as possible. This has set him back a year and gives Bradley and Micah a lot of momentum.
Okay, I don't want to bury the lead here, though. In the East, look at Greece.
Yeah, on that, I see the self-bounce in Venice, and I see Jamal not necessarily wanting to kill. Why should he kill Claire quickly? Claire's not a threat, right? You take Greece, act as if you're part of the air, build something, potentially an army Venice, potentially army Naples or fleet Naples or something, and you can attack Patrick from here, or at least keep Claire alive for long enough to get the upper hand yourself potentially. So I'd watch out if I was Patrick. I'd be really asking about why there's a bounce in Venice, what's happening there. But I mean, it's great news for the air if Jamal is working with them. This is great moveset for that. But I'm just not sure that it's in Jamal's best interest to kill off Claire as quickly as possible.
All right, so I want to bleed into commentary, but it seems to me that this is such a sneaky good move by Jamal to get Greece, because it keeps all his options open. It keeps the IT option open, and it keeps the air option open. And it's not me moving towards Aegean, Claire. It's Patrick. Ben, what do you think about that? Like, I'm just looking at that going, that's a top player. That is a person.
It's a great move.
Next level.
It leaves the ability it creates the momentum against Claire, but it means that it's Patrick's pieces moving forward. And with that army sitting in Tyrolia especially, it creates optionality to attack Patrick if he wants to. A lot of options here. The one thing that we haven't mentioned yet that I occurred to me here, Wales goes to Belgium. So it seems like Jason and Justin might have agreed for a convoy there with Burgundy supporting and Helgoland taps Holland. So
that's exactly what they agreed to.
Right.
Correct.
So he might have, it just indicates that there's probably been continued discontent between those two, right? Over the build and then now over the next moveset.
Why England should never fall for that is you still have a fleet in the English Channel, and now you've convoyed it. Even if they do it, you've convoyed an army off the island. It is a dangerous play for England.
It is clever of Justin, though, to have done something that would have made the agreed upon moveset work, but still defend in London. It's a very like trust but verify move, right? Oh shit! Did we listen?
It's the Darcy and Ben show.
No board.
Well, it's okay. We can talk about your stellar fantasy football team.
I don't know if we want to pivot that far, but what were we just saying? I mean, what do you think about?
I'm back. We've had a slight problem, but we're through technical difficulties here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I
was just going to say the idea of okay, they've disagreed 2 or 3 times, and it's off. And is there a good chance they get back on, or does it give Bradley control?
Bradley gets control. Bradley would be way more calm, content at the moment. Justin and Jason, when they get into arguments with people, those arguments stay in their mind for the length of the game. And Bradley would not be letting such an advantageous diplomatic position fall to the wayside. He's too good of a player for that. So I expect Jason and Justin to be at loggerheads, and this RG to probably storm into Edinburgh and the surrounding area before Jason gets to Liverpool, if Justin wants to really stick one to Jason.
All right, we have a sideline report, and let's hear it.
1902, and if I may be so bold as to take it away, Brandon, this is feeling very quickly like a game that we've both sort of experienced, an archetype of game, if you will. It's feeling like a Jamal Blakali game. Right off the bat, it's just everything seems to be coming up what he wants. And particularly this sort of tension between Claire and Micah is getting built quite cleverly and subtly. Also, very quickly, he's talking to Jason, saying Justin's clearly worried about you after building Fleet London. And he manages to get Jason not to do any sort of Italy defensive moves, but instead pivot up against the West, which is then fascinating when Jamal proceeds to move to Tyrrhenian Sea. And he's being very non-committal. Claire comes and basically asks, what can you do to help me? And he says, is there anything I can do? And Mike is saying to Jamal, if we're working together, we need to move. She feels like he's hedging, but at the same time, just the confusion and the frustration happening all around the board and the way things are moving, it really does feel like everyone's moving away from Jamal, and that's generally what he wants. What was happening in the West?
Yeah, well, I spent a lot of time sitting with everyone in the West, and it's made my job very hard as a sideliner because I'm trying to get into conversations, trying to make notes. That seems sort of useful, but at the end of the day, they all just seem really paranoid and not trusting each other, not really knowing what's going on. They're talking for 5 minutes and really just not getting anywhere. But what I've noticed from a couple of convos, and I jumped into the East for a little bit as well, everyone seems very annoyed by Jamal, but no one is talking about doing anything about it. And, for a little bit there, Claire and Patrick were talking. Claire's hinting towards Jamal going west. Then, the people in the West are talking about what Jamal's doing. Jason's really worried about Micah getting big as well. Bradley's saying he's not worried about that. He's like, let Micah get big. I can win that tactically any day. And he feels pretty confident in being able to take that down if it were to get too big. It seems like England, France, and Germany were all talking for a little bit. They're worried about an IRT. But again, they were just also paranoid, and they weren't really having any constructive conversations. in the East, Micah did give Claire a heads up that she was going to support Serbia to Bulgaria. Claire appreciated the heads up, even though she obviously didn't like the moveset itself. She did a very good job in trying to pitch alternatives, but Micah had made her mind up about that. I followed Micah to talking. She was talking to Germany, Bradley next. They were talking about deal breakers, about how they can work together. They both want to, but they both seem like they have to do moves that the other feels is a deal breaker, and they won't be able to work together.
And that's really tricky because when I was speaking to both of them during interviews, they both seemed quite keen to work together, and that was part of at least Bradley's decision making. So that is quite interesting. There were a few little pivotal moments where I just noticed where someone was picking up a piece of information that was really useful for them. In spring, Patrick was speaking quite frankly with Jamal, which makes sense. Patrick's pretty upfront. He wants to talk tactics. He wants to be committed. And he says that Micah would prefer that Jamal go after Claire. And I felt like I could see the clockwork kind of turning of what a strong Austria might mean for Italy. And so then there was this fascinating discussion right at the start of fall where Jamal and Patrick, it goes from Jamal saying, we both know that strategically I don't need to build this year. Within 3 minutes, it's gone to, will it be Trieste? Will it be Greece? And Patrick's kind of like a bit of a stunned mullet, honestly, because it's just gone, and he says to Jamal, I don't actually want to go that fast. And Trieste is the definition of both aggression and commitment. The thing that I found really exciting here was that by the end of fall, Patrick seems to have taken quite a decisive turn against Italy, where they'd previously been working together really strongly. That suggestion of Trieste clearly did not go down well. And he's talking to Claire quite earnestly about what they can do to work together. He says, he's starting to get sick of Jamal's getting a fifth dot without having to do anything. And Claire says, if you guys are airing me, Jamal is going to give me the most air to breathe. I'm going to end up as his minion. I don't feel much loyalty there to him because that's not how I'm going to have a great game. But she's saying if Austria and Russia keep hitting her, that's the only air she can breathe. So will the air that Claire can breathe expand outwards from the air that is attacking her?
Yeah, and just to touch briefly back on the West as well, still, again, there was so much tension in the fall. Bradley wanted Justin to get out of hell. There was a lot of paranoia everywhere. And I think Jamal picked his country really well for this board of players. And they're all paranoid by him. And obviously he's doing really well just to keep everyone worried about each other while he can manipulate that and push his way to the top. One person, I even caught them saying, we're dealing with crazies and why are we doing all of this? I was there for a little bit of AT discussion, and Jamal was doing a very good job at coming in to try and break up those conversations. But at the very end, I think EF were able to tie together a solid deal, but I'm not sure if they were able to get the moves in on time again. So we will see how that adjudicated.
Interested to see what's shaken out there, Brandon. I'll see you in 03.
See you there.
Muted, Ed.
I was just complimenting Brandon and Zoe there for good stuff and getting a lot of stuff. Fellas, what'd you pull out of that?
I mean, I think it's brutal. I think Burgundy was meant to support and the English Channel was meant to convoy into Belgium. I think that was the last plan that they had, and it just didn't get the French side didn't go through, or maybe Jason decided not to do it. But yeah, and I mean, like, this is how Jamal wins. This is how he does his boards against these good players. However, I will say, Patrick does not like Italy's moving in on Austrian territory early game with loans, and Jamal hit that point at a time when he shouldn't have hit that point, and it might cost him some early game momentum if Patrick does strike a deal with Claire.
I don't know, David. Like they teach us in law school, if you don't plead for it, you don't get it.
It's the truth. I mean, I came into this thing having not watched 02 because I was off doing something else. Came back, And I'm not looking at this as a Jamal board. I'm looking at this as a Micah board. Everything's going fine for Micah Bloom.
I think it depends on Bradley.
I was a little surprised to hear on the sideline that level of they said that there were deal breakers between Bradley and Micah. It doesn't look like a position that they can't cooperate from. So I wonder if Micah if they end up getting on the same page given what Justin's done, or if Micah makes that move on Germany, maybe with English help, depending how much they have to defend.
Now, I guess the Russians only have one place to build here.
Yes, Warsaw. Correct.
Yeah. I think the other thing is if there really is this tension, right? Well, Germany could have taken Sweden here, and they didn't. And I think the other thing I want to look out for is the comment that we saw. Bradley probably intentionally can't build Fleet Keel now. So is this going to be turning into, late forming EG here? Those would be interesting to know. We'll go through the builds, and then Ben will give you.
Let me make sure I understand. Russia's going to be at 7, right? Russia's going to be at 7.
Yep.
Austria's not in Galicia. Austria's not even in Budapest.
Austria's angry at Italy.
Germany's got English. I assume Helgeland's getting ready to get pulled, but who knows? But I don't know. This is looking pretty good for Micah so far, but we'll see how it goes.
I don't know, David. Like, let me quote noted diplomacy emeritus David Hood when he says something like, "Y'all, a Russia at 9 is like Italy 5." That's what that is. That's y'all folks. 9 is nothing. So what's 7?
I agree with whoever you're quoting. I agree with that, but that's not the point. I wasn't making a center point necessarily. I was making a position point. But I agree. Obviously, Russia's precarious even at 9 or 10.
All right. Let's look at the pulls and pulled Helgoland, built German, built Warsaw, and what do we see? Italy gets Greece, and he doesn't even build.
That's typical Jamal right there.
Asking if it's going to be Trieste or Greece that he gets this year, and then proceeding to not build from it is not going to help Patrick's current twitchiness around the giving of Trieste or Greece in the first place. I'd be fuming if I was Patrick.
You would think if it's anti-Turkish, we'd see a fleet in Naples built.
Yeah, where's Fleet Naples? Where's Fleet Naples, Jamal? Like, if I'm Patrick, I'm trying to figure out how to maneuver from here to get back Greece and be in a good position.
Yeah, there's not a lot Patrick can do though.
Maybe better if the Turks
I mean, he can blow up Greece with the right moveset.
True.
All right, Benjamin, you're out. Let's go to 03.
All right,
David.
I'll take the spring. All right, so we do have RG cooperation in the sense that they're taking North Sea, and Baltic to Sweden must be, I assume, is an arrangement. But I guess we'll find out, because if you're stabbing, why would you do the triple bounce in Ruhr instead of going east? So I really do think this is still Russia-Germany alliance. Justin's probably doing what he has to do here. He's got to go to Clyde, or he thinks he's got to go to Clyde to give himself some flexibility, because he probably assumes that North Sea, I guess he could have supported North Sea, but then he was worried about London. So there was lots of decisions to make here. Let's look at the East for a minute, because we do still have what looks like AI cooperation, taking Con and then moving yes, and Austria is already moving, at least theoretically, on Russia here. It's a bounce in Galicia. Now, the Russians know that. They got to go to Ukraine. They're going to Ukraine. So maybe things are about to not be as good for Micah as they were.
I think we're about to see Constantinople be pushed through to Black Sea. Ankara move to Smyrna to give Con the retreat to Ankara so they can force Black Sea. And I think Jamal is laughing to the bank as he convoys an army to Greece with an Austria that's moving all the way into Micah and gets to do whatever he wants.
David, what do you think about Patrick letting this army in Greece? This seems
I wonder if he
very
actually
dangerous.
let him do that. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if he let him do that. I didn't actually notice that at first. I wonder if he actually let him do that or if that's a surprise.
I mean, and Jamal proceeds to also get Spain to Marseille, so means that there can't be a build from Jason without that moving out. So that's more good news for Jamal. And I mean, I think Bradley might lose Belgium here by some sort of agreement. We'll have to see, but
that was my next question. That was my next question here, which is, do you think this is a Sweden-Belgium thing, guys? Because rarely do I see FGs work with armies in Burgundy like this. Like, usually there's some sort of détente.
Yeah, I think there has to be.
Yeah, there's just a lot of armies doing nothing if it's a straight up FG.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move to fall.
Staying in the West, we do have Belgium get taken, but we also have London get lost from
That's
Justin. Brutal game for Justin as he loses London. Russia moves into Norwegian Sea. The FG tries to move in on Jamal. Someone's finally starting to do something there as Marseille moves to Piedmont. Munich tries to go to Tyrolia but gets bounced out. Meanwhile, in the East, I was right in terms of what the plan was. I was just wrong in terms of Patrick actually going through with it, as Patrick stabs Claire and holds in Constantinople, but not without Jamal trying to help Smyrna into Con. However, I don't think that was meant as an attack on Patrick.
He could have tapped Bulgaria.
Yes, as he could have tapped Bulgaria. Micah sneaks in a Black Sea as a result of Patrick's hold. Keeps hold of Romania, bounces Sev. Overall, yeah, not tapping Bulgaria is a stab according to Claire. Makes sense. Overall, not as bad as it could have been for Micah in the East. And I'm left thinking Patrick's gone a little bit half in terms of his overall commitments this year. Taking Con, not moving fully in on Russia, allowing an Italian army into Greece, just leaves me feeling a little bit of a tight spot now for Patrick, as I will presume that Ankara and Smyrna are kept on the board as a screw you to, I'm sorry for the language, screw you to Patrick for not moving into Black Sea here.
All right.
But yeah.
David, we don't see Serbia supporting Budapest to Romania here.
No.
We see, is this attack on? Is AR fighting, or is Patrick and Micah trying to work something out?
I think Patrick knew that there was talk between Turkey and Italy. And I think this was him pivoting and deciding that he was going to keep Constantinople. I mean, that would be my guess, because I agree. I think Serbia supporting Bulgaria only makes sense if you're worried about Jamal, which I think he is.
The other thing I want to point out is this, I'll be my Brandon Fogel here. This London move was not guaranteed for Bradley.
True.
Right.
True.
But it ends up coming up roses for him as he wins this trade, getting Sweden and London and just losing Belgium. I think Bradley's looking good in the West, fellas.
I don't know. He's such a weak player. I don't know how anybody would hitch their wagon to his horse.
All right. We'll go to the sideline. I guess I have to hit play.
1902. And if I may
try a different one.
All right. It is the end of 1903, and who is the key in the West? Who is the East talking about? Brandon, what's been happening?
Yeah, so not a lot of good vibes over in the West for poor Justin. He's making a lot of pitches. He's trying to talk with a lot of people, but he's just not really getting anywhere. Like Mike is saying, get Bradley to back off of you, and I'll leave you alone too. I'll focus elsewhere. Just the conversation was really not going well. They're both complaining about not talking to each other enough. And they continued to talk about that for a little while rather than actually talking. So that was a bit of a shame. The FG, Jason and Bradley seem to be making some deals, having a bit of ground, a little bit of play in the West, a little bit of play in the East. They seem to be on board with each other, which is good. But yeah, like otherwise, just skimming through the rest of what happened in spring and fall, on my end at least. France and England, so Justin and Jason, again, they spend a lot of time talking, but it just really goes nowhere, which is really sad to see since they were so excited to work together. And and again, they seem to come to a bit of a plan to coordinate, but they just run out of time and they're not able to actually put it through, and that just builds into the bad vibes there. But Jason makes some pitches to Bradley about moving to Tyrolia and Piedmont. Bradley's keen. He's worried about Jamal. And then pretty much immediately after, he's talking to Jamal and he goes, hey, let's bounce in Tyrolia. Just don't tell anyone. So he's happy just to not have too much play in the East. He sees a lot of his gains in the West. Patrick is tossing up getting support into Black. But I think he's just saying that to Claire to gain some advantage. And just a little bit I caught on that too, between Jamal and Patrick is Patrick wants Claire dead and he said to Jamal he feels Claire will flip on him, favoring Jamal until the end of the game. It's something he doesn't want to have to worry about. So if he and Jamal are going to work together, he wants Jamal to help kill Claire. Claire is saying that getting the Turkish dot short-term gains, and he would rather keep Claire alive to work against Micah and Russia as a triple between the three of them. And yeah, Patrick was not convinced on that at all, but he does not seem to have the confidence to really push back on it too much.
Yeah, so I'm glad you touched on this matter with Patrick, because it feels to me like the East, all 1903, everything was circling around Austria. And in a lot of those conversations, it seemed very clear to me as an outsider that, Micah and Jamal were coming together and essentially having a conversation about Austria's big. I feel this way about it. You feel this way about it. And we can't work together because we just have totally different opinions on what a big Austria means for me. For Micah, she sees that, I am reading between the lines here, but I think she's seeing it as a buffer from Jamal, who could get very dangerous and come for her. And for Jamal, obviously, a big Austria is a threat. And that's why we see him pitching like, oh, Patrick, maybe I could, have Greece or Trieste. Oh, Patrick, maybe we'll push you into the Black Sea. He doesn't want Claire to die because he needs an extra check on Austria. And I think something that appears to be happening is over the course of this year, I think Patrick is getting more and more of a sense of the fact that he does have strong potential to be a real pivot point in this game. Jamal actually said to Micah in one of their negotiations, Patrick's the key here. And they agree on that at least. Every time Jamal comes in to say, Claire can't die, Claire shouldn't die, it always seems like, him trying to be defensive against a potentially big Austrian threat. And it's just really fascinating. There was a conversation that I caught towards the end between Russia and Germany and France, basically saying what we do about managing Jamal depends on Austria. So I'm really interested to see where this goes into 1904. I'm really interested to see what has happened in terms of whether Patrick's in Black Sea, whether he's still in Con, whether he's been blown up, because I think that's going to tell us a lot about how the East is going to continue to evolve.
Yeah, that's it. Like, there's a lot of tense vibes on this year. And, I just feel sad for Justin in the West. There was one point where he even said, he's like, is it my breath? Is that what is putting people off? And yeah, especially Jason. He seems genuinely sad he wasn't able to work with him, and he just feels a little bit lost with the moves he's making. And I think Bradley's getting advantage over that. So I think there's going to be some big moves in the West and the East. So yeah, I think we leave it here and we go back to check out what's going on.
Absolutely. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
Muted, Ed.
God, look, I understand why this happens now that you run the software, but Justin, don't lose hope. There's plenty of opportunity for Jason or Bradley to tear and repair your relationship. It's been torn, but maybe there's going to be a repair. So it could happen. Otherwise, wow, what a lot of emphasis on Patrick. Patrick is seems to be the pivot point for a lot of people, folks. What did you think?
I think Patrick needs to ride the Jamal wave for as long as he can, because I think if he can keep people worried about Jamal as he slowly grows and keeps the focus off of himself in other people's conversations, the longer he can do that, the better it is for his game. Because I think the second he makes a move on Jamal, his usefulness to the RG in particular collapses, and I think his game squeezes in quite a lot. So if he can salvage something with Jamal, I think that's the key to his success, at least in the intermediate stage of this game.
All right, David,
most important move in fall 1903. Any takers?
Greece not tapping Bulgaria.
Marseille to Piedmont. I would argue that's the most important move. You're opening Marseille up for a build, potentially. It's either he's doing that to build a fleet, or he's doing that to go around Tyrolia and attack the Germans. But whatever it is, this is Jason putting a marker down saying, I'm about done with my first order of business. It's time to figure out what my second order of business is. And it's in the East. Or it's
but the good news for Jamal is he has a wave build that he can put to use if he's got a problem with Jason.
Oh, I agree. But also there's going to be an Austrian army, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Going to be an Austrian army or fleet in Trieste. So stay tuned for the.
I mean, Bradley asked for the bounce in Tyrolia.
Right.
Bradley asked for a bounce in Tyrolia, and Bradley sees his future in the West. So that's pro Jamal in terms of potentially Bradley is saying he's playing an alliance game. Well, we'll have to see now that his position's a bit squeezed to get any more centers out of England. Is it going to be against Russia or is it going to be against France? That's another big.
Yeah, but my question is, did Bradley ask for the bounce in Tyrolia so that his ally could move to Piedmont?
That's what I'm thinking.
And that is next level. That's next level.
They said that conversation happened after the FG conversation. So
maybe
he promised the move. Oh, but I see what you mean.
I don't know.
It seems that Jason's committed to this alliance, and this alliance can work. It's already working. Bradley has a choice, and we will see. We'll see what choice he makes.
Well, Bradley earns a Fleet Marseille build out of Jason here as a result of saying he's going ahead with this, which just makes it better for Bradley if he ever wants to future stab Jason.
All right, Darcy, we're gonna take a break from your.
Take a break from me. Yeah.
Take a break from you. We've had too much Darcy. All right. And we got that. We'll do the builds.
Oh,
what jumps out at you, fellas?
Fleet Brest.
Not Fleet Marseille.
Well, and also Fleet Rome. In other words, you've only got one Italian army now defending the boot. That's the other thing that jumps out at me. This only makes sense if you really don't think there's going to be Fleet Marseille. Because otherwise, now he's got more flexibility. Well, actually, this is where you'd also want to build an army. I don't know. That's interesting.
I'm surprised. I'm kind of stunned it's not an army.
That's what me too. But he must know something we don't. Army Berlin is interesting, don't you guys think?
especially with the disband of Warsaw.
Yeah, especially with the pivot point Patrick is in. I was interested in Patrick made these moves towards Micah, but sort of ineffectually and not with the full force he could have projected in the last year. I wonder how he's selling that to the rest of the board. He really could go in any of three directions at this point, Patrick could.
Honestly, if I'm the Germans there, I build a fleet 99 times out of 100. It can be justified either as anti-Russian or anti-French, or I've got to help mop up England, or all of the above. The army actually gives him less power in the West unless he's going to rely on Russian fleets and send armies into France or something. I just find the army build fascinating.
Well, I fascinated by you are. I'm fascinated by Fleet Brest. I mean, what is the point of Fleet Brest? I mean, the Germans don't like it. The Italians do, I guess. But what is it? Just, well, I need help with England.
Well, England's about dead. Well, you got to figure out what you're going to do next, and it might be fight Russian fleets. It might be fight German fleets. I can see the argument. I'm just not sure after Marseille to Piedmont what that argument is. Unless Piedmont really is going to Tyrolia. I mean, which is what I said one option was.
If Jason feels that Bradley's their ally and that they're locked in together, then Jason's next opponent is either Italy or Micah, right? So they would need a fleet one way or the other, and he doesn't want to piss off Jamal yet. I don't know. I'm stretching.
Well, let me say this, and sometimes people forget this. Fleet Brest can also be an anti-Italian fleet. It can be. It gets to Western Med just as fast as Fleet Marseille does.
It can be.
So that can be. It may just be a misdirection play.
And Jason's a poker player, right? So, Ben.
So it does move around to Mid-Atlantic as opposed to English Channel. That could go either way. We get German and Russian cooperation into Edinburgh, and the German armies bounce in Bohemia, do not move towards Russia. Piedmont goes back. Turns out it didn't want to be in attacking Italy after all, and there's cooperation towards the Italy and Austria working together towards the line, and they continue, as Patrick was asking for, towards Smyrna, getting the army out of Greece. So that is a really positive thing for an AI cooperation. Meanwhile, they may have a janissary in Turkey because they are continuing to react more. I shouldn't call it a janissary. They're just choosing who to defend against, and Claire is deciding to defend against Micah the most.
Okay, I'm going to say Piedmont to Marseille is just a bad idea. If you've gone to Piedmont and the Germans have built in Berlin, it makes it look like you're coming. You might as well go, because you're going to make the AI do this, which is what they've done. You might as well go ahead and support Munich to Tyrolia, put Berlin in Silesia or something. I just don't like this moving backwards business. I'm not sure what you're trying to do unless Germany's not going to be your friend. And now you got the AI coming. I don't know. Maybe this is because Jason is getting ready to jettison Bradley. Maybe that's what's going on.
I want the David Hood patent speech. We're not nothing is for true. We're not here in retreats. Retreats is not in my vocabulary. Again, I note that Serbia does not support Budapest into Romania. It's this double game that Patrick is playing with Jamal and Russia that is fascinating.
Well, it's typical AIR behavior if it's not time to turn on one of them.
Yeah.
I really think this might have all happened because of the Army Berlin build, which makes it look like that this is just FG going to intervene in the East immediately kind of thing.
If Micah was worried about Warsaw, she still prioritized defending Norway over moving that army down to have 2 on Warsaw in case Germany had moved east. So there's still now Micah's the one who hasn't had to make a choice, whereas Patrick's made a choice with regards to Germany.
I think Micah and Bradley still have a good relationship.
No, yeah, I think they do also. How does the rest of the AIR feel if that's an AIR about that?
Right. I agree. That should raise some eyebrows. But this all goes back to the Army Berlin bill, which I still find a little odd. If all you're going to do with it is order to Munich like that's just not sure what that's all about.
Here's my question. Okay, in the West, the music is about to stop, and someone has an empty chair. Justin's functionally dead, and we have Germany working with France and Russia. Who is the odd person out in the West?
Probably Jason. It's not
is
like
that because Berlin doesn't go to Silesia. He's supporting Norwegian into Edinburgh. Is he going to support Liverpool here?
Maybe. I mean, why else is London going to Wales?
That's my question.
That's a good point.
Well,
Clyde could have
find out.
They in their negotiations, they could at least have been talking about needing 3 on Liverpool.
Possibly, yeah.
Now, he's doing a great job of maintaining flexibility, Bradley is.
Yeah. All right. Well, it could all end for Bradley, right? But let's see what. Take it away, David.
Yeah. Kiel to Ruhr is interesting. Now, Holland's just holding. But we do have Wales supporting the move on Liverpool, so nobody's made any choices yet in the West, except that Jason's made the choice of not only going back to Marseille, but now Marseille to Gascony. Now, again, maybe this is convoy to North Africa, John Jameson territory coming up in 1905. I don't know. That's obviously a possibility. Let's look at the East instead. Is that triple holding? And the answer is yes, that triple is holding. So we've got the AIR and we've got the anti-Wicked Witch triples here, and they're both holding so far. But this is now as far as these can go. Something's going to have to break here in 1905, right, guys?
Well, right. Can Micah then be in 2 alliances? I mean, an FGR and an AIR? I think the answer is no.
Probably not. And if the FG holds, then there is the opportunity for Micah to get taken out by Germany and Austria if they cooperate, and if Austria doesn't want to fight Jamal yet. So she's got to be working her negotiating magic very well here. The other weird thing, though, is I think Bradley, in his movements against Austria, would be perfectly justified in going Berlin to Silesia if he wanted to advance his position against Austria. So it's interesting. He's not positioning himself in the most tactically advantageous position to go west, which makes me worry of his eastern intent. To go east, which makes me worry of his western intentions.
Well, that's what I meant when I said Kiel to Ruhr. He's got now 2 armies in Burgundy. It just occurred to me that Marseille to Gascony might be to open up the build space for fleet, maybe. Although that's still odd. You would put the army in Spain in that situation, not in Gascony. Well, I guess unless you're worried about your Germans.
Yeah,
he might be worried about this Germans because I really think you undersold the importance of Kiel to Ruhr. Because if I'm France in this situation, I'm like, you're picking Micah, dude. Like, that's. That's
2 turns in a row where you build Berlin and all it does is not go to Munich, and you don't ever think it's really going to go to. I mean, that's really not doing anything. That's like 2 turns of holding.
There's not a good explanation for why he went to Ruhr. It'd be hard to create a reason for him.
Yeah.
Although again, if I'm getting ready to turn, though, I would have loved to have more than 1 German fleet in the theater against France. Honestly. If I'm getting ready to turn against France, that's a hard thing with just Russian fleets to help you. And Fleet Sweden's not even moving west; it's staying put.
All right, so we're gonna go play the sideline. Maybe.
It is 1904, and suddenly, for some reason, can't imagine why, everyone's talking about the FG, the super powerful FG. Jamal lands at a conversation. He's like, everyone's noticing this horrific FG that's going to run this board, right? Patrick goes and talks to Bradley. and reports back and says the fear-mongering in the East is now all FG, FG, FG. And Bradley Grace is doing some incredible diplomacy this whole year. It's a pleasure to see. So Bradley says, basically yes-anding Patrick's comment. And you know that if you come to the line to get me, Jason wins. You're a strategic player. That's why I like you. Bradley is organizing a lot of bounces around his borders. I did not mention this previously, but there's been at least one bounce with Jamal as well, while Jason got more committed against Jamal in Piedmont. This was around 03, I think. And Patrick's giving this energy right back to Bradley, saying putting Russia into a dot they can't hold's a wonderful trick. And then Micah rocks up right after that and says, you two seem like people I generally want to be in conversation with. And this has been a really interesting thread. The Russia, Austria, Germany, the RAG alliance has been a really interesting thread of conversation. The other thing that is popping up here is that I landed in a discussion between all the members of the West, which soon became just the FG, and immediately discord arises because somehow, while they're in this position, Jason is now saying to Bradley, all I want to do is race the AI for dots. I think that's all we can do. Me going against Jamal, which seems to be the basis on which they've built their whole alliance, me going against Jamal is not sensible. I can't pick up centers there. And Bradley, there's almost a moment where it's like, does he go full throttle furious or does he just rein it in? And he very diplomatically says, I see what you're talking about. How would we do this? Let's talk moves. And then he lands back in that conversation with Patrick and Micah and says, let's work against Jason. I'm going to support him into Liverpool to see if he actually builds that fleet in Marseille that he said he was going to. This was apparently the turn that it was going to happen. Bradley's keeping it very cool, calm, and collected. He's saying all the right things to all the right people, and managing to keep Jason not too suspicious. Really interested to see how this is going to keep unfolding.
Yeah, that's it. Like, at the beginning of spring, I tune in to Jason and Justin, and again, it's just sad vibes, and I just feel for them. They both really wanted to play together, but it just hasn't come to be. And Jason said something along the lines of, look, if I can keep you alive, I will, but it just sounded very doubtful. Around then, I started tuning in to the East to see what was going on there. Claire pitches for Micah getting into Con and Bull, letting IR push back against Austria into the West. Micah doesn't seem to really go for it. There was a little conversation between Justin and Jamal. Jamal saying, hey, look, the EG are both greedy players. Just play them against each other. Call them out. Tell them how greedy the other one is and they're going to get more dots than the other. Just trying to give Justin something to break that FG. But that just didn't really seem to work. Claire's getting very nervous over in the East. Concerns about Jamal convoying to Smyrna, which he told her he was going to do. Jamal provides, he tries to offer some reassurance, saying that he doesn't always remember everything he says, but he tries to tell the direct truth or avoid answering questions if he doesn't want to say what the answer is. And Claire agrees that, and she says that she knows that to be his play style. Moving forward into the fall, we see that convoy from Jamal get into Smyrna, and him and Patrick are talking, and Jamal's like, look, man, let's go. But Patrick's like, whoa, I think 04 is too early to announce strong moves like that. He's concerned about Bradley. He's worried that if they make quick moves, like going into black, going into rum, that it's just going to trigger too much of a reaction, and he's worried about getting big. But Jamal seems to just want to go. Claire joins the station and says that her loyalty will be to whoever gives her the most air. So far, that's been Jamal. Jamal instantly doubles down on that. He's like, look, I guarantee you a survival if Patrick wants to coordinate with us and do a thing. But they then get interrupted by Micah. Jamal leaves to go talk to her. So then it's just left with Claire and Patrick, and Claire's like, look, why are we getting Jamal a build here? He doesn't really need it because Jason's not coming against him. And Patrick just sort of goes, yeah, I don't know. So the poor guy seems worried, like he doesn't can really fight. He can't really fight against Jamal here because Jamal is really dominating the diplomacy over in the east there. Jamal tells Claire to go for Sev, thinking it might be open, as he and Patrick then coordinate moves with Micah to get support into Ankh and potentially eliminate Claire from the game, depending on whether Micah covers Sevastopol or not. So it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. Before we even started filming this sideline, unfortunately, we did see Justin leaving the chat, so it seems like he's just given up. He's not really committed to... Well, he feels like there's just no out for him. So we'll have to see how these moves adjudicate, but unfortunately, we may have seen the end of Justin here as well. And I think we will head back to the board.
Justin has left the chat. And unfortunately, so is Claire. This was not a game for the witches, but what did you guys gather out of the sideline report for 1904?
More Jamal doing Jamal things and sort of running the show in the East. It'll be interesting to see how if Patrick really does stick to this AI. It probably just depends a lot on whether the Western Alliance sticks together or not.
Boy, I tell you what, I don't know if you fellas, but I don't view Patrick. I mean, I sort of stereotype players, and I don't view Patrick as a very malleable player.
No,
and no. I don't. I mean, he has firm beliefs on what should happen. All you have to do is watch the commentary here.
Yep.
So if he's going through some sort of internal dialogue like that, like I don't know, he may resent that Jamal's doing that to him. We'll see what happens. But fellas, did you, Darcy or Ben, pick up anything you want to talk about, or we should?
The comment that sorry, Darcy, the comment that Jason does not want to go against Italy. He wants to raise the AI. That's concerning, right? Because if England's just about dead and he's allied with Germany, does that mean he's going to go all the way around and try to get dots from Russia? It's not really plausible to me if I'm playing Germany. So I can definitely see why that would have caused some trepidation from Bradley and made him position himself with options to go against France.
I've got a real vibe that this game could head very likely towards an IG sort of like understanding of Germany sticks in the West, Italy sticks in the East. They've both dominated the diplomacy in their respective regions, it sounds like in the sideline commentary. They're both in positions where if they can work some decent angles, they've got movement in Belgium, in Constantinople, in around Liverpool. I can really see an IG sort of understanding leading towards the future of this game. And Micah plays a big role in how successful that might be. And where Micah places herself in this whole game really sounds like it's been left out of what we've heard in the comment sideline. I don't really know where Micah stands in a lot of people's diplomacy over the last year and a half, it sounds like. So Micah seems like a lost prospect that we haven't heard anything about, and Micah is a very good player that I would like to know what her mind is sort of at the moment, but I guess we'll see.
Okay, so we'll look at the builds, and then we'll do, in honor of Brian Prevost, our erstwhile host of League Night, play Who Do You Like at the end of 1904, because I think that is a very difficult question. 2 builds for Russia. What do we see?
Army Paris, Army Venice, Army Rome. That is, both of those builds are pretty big.
Well, we heard, did we not just hear in the sideline report that Bradley told Micah he was supporting Jason into Liverpool just to see whether or not there would be a fleet build in Marseille? It was promised. On the other hand, could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. By moving to Ruhr, did Bradley induce that army Paris?
I think we've missed out on some Jamal Micah negotiations, and there might be a wintergreen here, hit Con and Bulgaria pretty quickly.
One thing that I do know is that there is Franco-Italian cooperation. They are not building against each other here.
Yeah, I think Jamal is telling Jason Bradley's scary, and not your friend anymore. I think Jamal is working with Micah whilst trying to get Jacob Patrick out of position, such as into positions like Bohemia and Tyrolia, and then might hit the nail. But
although Jamal could actually pull the trigger here and go west pretty effectively.
He certainly could. So just to explain something virtually, for those of you who haven't played, especially in the high level games, there's talking, and our sideline reporters go into the rooms where people are talking to each other, their voice channels. But there's an enormous amount of texting between the players, which are things that the sideline reporters can't pick up. But there is as much diplomacy going on via text as there is where people are talking to each other.
Jamal is a massive texter in these games as well.
And it is a common move because everyone can see who's in each other's rooms. So it is a common move sometimes for people not in the same room to be texting a whole series of plans, but nobody could be the wiser. I'm not saying that happened, but sometimes, as a bruised and battered sideline reporter, I can tell you sometimes those things happen. And I'm not saying they missed anything, by the way, because who knows? But that could explain why we don't quite understand what's happening. All right, look, we're gonna play Who Do You Like? David, you're off. Well, actually, we'll do Ben first. Ben, who do you like? You picked Micah to begin with, or are you sticking with her?
We're back to 1901 here, just in a 5-player game. People have choices. People have options. It's a very interesting situation here. I think I like the border. I don't like the central powers in this situation, and I guess I will stick with Micah because. I will stick with Micah, but I think the most important thing here is who Jamal decides to attack. But I think Micah has better, with how many fleets Jamal has, I think Micah has the better situation.
Darcy, who do you like?
I mean, I'll go with the risky pick and pick Jason. I think if Jamal goes after Austria, Jason can have a good chat with Micah. I think Jason's not in an awful position. If Mid-Atlantic moves to Channel, or Liverpool moves, and Liverpool makes moves towards Bradley, I see Jason in a good position, but it's a long shot.
I see dead people, by the way. England and Turkey. And I think ultimately, Jason, what I think is getting ready to happen is that Belgium is going to fall with 3 German units attacking it. And I think that the Russians and the Germans are also going to take Liverpool eventually. And I think that Jamal may very well decide that he's going to go west. So I'm going to stick with Bradley and say that Bradley is going to leverage a good relationship with Micah into either Micah or Bradley winning this game. And I think either of them has a decent chance. Obviously, anybody could. I'm not saying they couldn't. But I think that relationship is probably going to stick, which is going to give each of them a leg up, and I'm going to stick with Bradley.
Sticking with Jamal. I love that pick when I made it, and I love it more now. David, I'm going to say goodbye to you, but you will be back. Don't fear. All right.
Love the conversation in chat about it, people not knowing what AIM is, like AOL Instant Messenger. Makes me feel real old. It's pretty funny.
I was worried that people wouldn't get David's reference to the movie The Sixth Sense, which is a new movie for me, but yet probably a classic now. All right. Spring 1905. Darcy.
Well, the AI seems to be sticking together and going against Russia here as Smyrna supports Con to Ankara. There's a bounce in Con between Black Sea and Aegean, and Serbia moves into Romania at the same time as Galicia is taken from Bohemia. So the pick of Micah as your winner is not looking quite as hot, as Micah also completely moves up northwards and attempts a move to Silesia. So it seems like Micah's made a fatal.
What did Micah think was going to happen?
I think Micah thought the air was sticking together, and I think
that they'd put pressure on Germany and go west and all that.
Yeah, she's been hoodwinked. Meanwhile, in the west, Bradley does indeed take Belgium. However, he takes it from Ruhr, moving Munich to Ruhr, meaning it's not as strong of a position around Burgundy as it could have been. Jason does see this all coming, takes Burgundy, which does blow up Belgium, moves into Channel, and moves North Atlantic down to Irish. It'll be pretty key to know what Micah decides to do post this stab, especially in the north, and how she reacts there. Jamal with some nonsense army move-arounds in Venice and Tuscany. I'll be interested to know what Jamal's next dot is, though. Probably Constantinople, but we'll see.
Yeah, Micah clearly didn't expect this at all, because not only is she moving her armies north, she bounces Silesia instead of arranging something in Galicia. So the move. I guess if she thought Patrick was good with her, then she wouldn't have gone to Galicia regardless. But Bradley occupied a unit that could have been very useful defensively for her.
Bradley was very confident in this stab happening with the Munich move away, in a position where he wouldn't have been able to take back Munich and fall if Austria had taken Munich. So Bradley was definitely in the know about a lot of the happenings in the east. And the more I look at the Constantinople Ankara stuff, I think there was meant to be that fleet in Aegean was meant to backfill Con and get 2 strength on Black Sea, but that has failed. So it'll be interesting to see what the sort of tension is now, knowing that Jamal was expecting to go up a build here as well as Patrick going up a build, but now that might not be the case. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in fall.
Wonderful.
So my question is, I agree that Patrick thinks it's an AI. I'm not sure 100% that Jamal is in an AI.
Jamal, you know what's interesting? Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just noticing Ankara supported Khan to Smyrna, didn't it? So that might have been what Micah thought. Micah might have thought Patrick was a trap.
Micah thought it was an AR, yeah.
Yeah. CA Ankara.
Yeah.
That red line, yeah.
Yeah, if only I knew how to do that, which I don't.
That's got to be what it is, right?
It is. Yeah.
Sorry, not to interrupt, but we were trying to figure out what she was expecting. That must have been what she was expecting.
And she was expecting to backfill Con, so they had 2 fleets on Aegean.
I guess my point here is Jamal is setting himself up for. I mean, presumably he, will at least get the build and fall, but like he is not fully on board with the AI with the set of moves, right? He's not going west.
I think Patrick knew that there would be a bounce in Con, actually. I think he knew that he could be like, oh, Jamal, you backfill Con as I take Ankara, and then said to Russia, or you backfill Con as I take Smyrna, and then it's ended up in this bounce. And he's trying to juggle to keep Con as well as take Ankara here. So
I want to show Jamal's comment here, which is, I think I hate showing comments from players typically, but I think this explains why Micah's doing what she's doing.
Yeah, Micah's thinking a little bit too much like it's a league game where it's like, hey, everyone stacks on France. we're all good with that, right? I'll go all the way around to Clyde and convoy over, and we'll all do this happy together. And
correct. That ain't a top board
and
mentality.
and Patrick, like I said in the pregame, Patrick will be brutal and will be ruthless if you give him the position on this top board. And he said, Micah, no, this is how we're going to play this game.
All right. Let's move to fall.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is, Ben.
So Jamal does make it into con this time because
he prioritized.
Well, would have made it either way because they both support Indicon here. Armenia and Smyrna does. The other units are just hanging out, and oh wait, no, the fleet goes to Greece. I guess to make sure he doesn't get it swiped. Meanwhile, Mike is continuing into North Atlantic while there's a bounce in London and there's a bounce in Munich, but Germany holds on to Belgium. Interesting to see the northern Russian units continue forward. Must mean that Mike and Bradley are still in good terms. Oh, and there's movement towards Munich from the INA. So
a little bit of insight into Bradley's German play. I was a massive turkey in the December game against Bradley's Germany. He had a really good alliance with Russia in that game, and it was a northern Russia game as well. And Russia disbanded stuff in the north, was willing to let Bradley take what was needed for the board top at the end of the game. And I see Micah needing to get 2 disbands here, and I see Norway, and I see potentially something else in the north coming off. And I see Bradley with 2 dots to take at the end of this game whenever he wants. And Bradley's playing exactly like the December game that he board topped on my board. So he's got a blueprint for success with this, and it'll be interesting to see if he can come away with it.
Yeah, I mean, Mike is set up around Liverpool, but you would kind of expect her to pull at least one of those units.
Yeah, that's probably true, right? Probably one of those units. Maybe
Well, one of the
Norway.
fleets will come off there, and I assume one of Jason's fleets will come off as well.
I just don't think she can pull anything in the east.
Yeah, she can't afford to. Yeah.
No,
I just don't.
With that flexibility Darcy's talking about, it is very wise of the AI to start making moves on Munich. I think
they need to. I think otherwise Bradley will literally get the exact same result as he did in that December game, because I don't see why Micah would not allow him to get Edinburgh and Norway and Liverpool by the end of this game for the board top.
All right, let's get to our sideline report.
It is the end of 1905, and the big story is that we have a the East that has been changing and shifting, and like a little bit of, commitment here, a little bit of commitment there. It seems like there is a really rock solid alliance that has emerged that is the AI. So Jamal and Patrick are locked in now, and this was cemented by what felt like a pretty intense turnaround on Micah from Patrick. So those earlier game years where Micah and Jamal were both dancing around this topic that Patrick is the key to the East, this has really come home to roost, because there's just Patrick has basically looked at the board, heard everything that everyone who's still alive has been saying, and his explanation to Micah was pretty clinical but pretty understandable, which was just straight up, she's saying, we've worked together well this game, I don't know why you've switched. And he says it's a pure switch based on my read of the board dynamics. They have a little conversation to see if there's a way that she can block Jamal. But at this point, as a sideliner, I don't think that Patrick's heart is in that. And Micah is looking for ways to hang on here, I think. the conversations between Patrick and Jamal are as solid as anything I've heard on this board the whole 5 years. What have you been hearing?
Yeah, well, like, firstly, just want to say good game to Claire and Justin as well.
Yeah.
In our previous sideline, I mentioned Justin getting eliminated, and yeah, I wasn't quite expecting Claire to go either, and I don't think Claire was either, but it was really sad to see both the witches go at once. But yeah, that left a lot of tension on the board following a couple of move sets. Like, I know the FG, Jason and Bradley had a bit of a back and forth conversation of you move, no, you move, no, you move, no, you move, you know? And, Jason built an army because he didn't like Bradley going to Ruhr, and that completely sort of just wrecked any chance of them working together, I think. This whole year, it's just a lot of pressure. And there was one point where I was sitting in a channel trying to listen into their conversation, and I thought I was in an empty channel because they'd been quiet for about 30, 40 seconds. So there just was not much going on there. Micah said she was concerned about an AI stab. Bradley said, look, I'm with you. If they put pressure on you, I'll put pressure on them. Micah is she said a lot of things to Jason that inferred they might be able to work together, but she's worried about working with Jason and him just getting too big. I feel like after hearing her conversations with Bradley, she's more inclined to work with him a little bit. And yeah, after the spring moves went through, the first thing I noticed was the silence. There was about a minute where everyone was just at the game table, just looking at the adjudication. No one was initiating, wanting to talk to each other. So it looks like we're hitting that point of the game, and we're only halfway through 05. Then following through into the fall a little bit, Micah was feeling pretty low, like you said. Like, she can't do anything about the East, and she's talking about doing funky, unpredictable stuff just to try and break the line or create some chaos. And she's in a conversation with Bradley, but he's sitting there pretty chill. Like, he's silently confident, and he's probably going to get a couple from France. He's going to be able to nab a couple from Russia as well. I think he's in a pretty good position. And next, Bradley and Jamal start talking. They're talking about nothing. They know their positions on the board. They're sussing each other out. They're both a little bit skeptical. Jamal brings up the concern of potential throws because he's heard a couple of things, and I did hear a couple of things as well. And Bradley instantly tries to dead bat that. He goes, no, like maybe, but I don't think so. But Micah has been pretty vocal to a few people that, I want to work with Bradley. He's been nice to me this whole game. If someone's going to win, I want it to be him. And it may not be a throw, but it might just be a path of no resistance for Bradley. So we'll see. Again, Jason's making a lot of pitches. Bradley's just not buying it, though. They're not going to work anything out there.
No, absolutely. And two tiny comments. I think your point about, there's suddenly a lot of silence on the board and there's a lot of tension. It is that element, I feel, sometimes when you take out a couple of powers at the same time, you suddenly realize as a player remaining on the board how much having, a common enemy or a common target kind of smooth things over in your alliances. I think we're really seeing that with the FG. I think we're also seeing that in the East, particularly with Patrick's pivot against Micah. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is just look at these chaos merchants in Germany and Italy just having a quietly great old time. I loved your description of how they were just sitting there talking about nothing because, look over there, chaos. Look over there, chaos. I
love a bit of chaos, and they were definitely just trying to make the other, give a little bit, but they're both experienced players. They know what to say and what not to say. They were both very careful about what they were talking about.
Eagle-eyed. Interested to see how this game keeps unfolding and how the chaos merchants continue to profit or otherwise.
That's it. We'll see what's going on. A lot of tension, people talking about making it easier for someone else to win already, and playing the blame game too. A few people saying, no, so-and-so's won this game because you've just totally messed this up. And there's a bit of tension and unfortunately just some bad vibes, which, on a top board, there's a lot of pressure. I know I've cooked myself on a few top boards and made some horrible mistakes, but I think everyone here is playing really well, and we'll watch how the dynamics carry on into 06.
Very sharp. See you then, Brandon.
See you.
I tell you what, Zoe and Brandon doing a great job Brandon, the Bjorn Borg of diplomacy commentary. My God, may we all have his empathy. Zoe, one day we will work together. If you stop attacking me, we will work together. But it's probably the right decision to attack me. All right. Having said that, what did we learn from each of these sideline reports, guys?
Micah is doing exactly what happened in my game with Bradley as the Germany in December, threatening to disband and give a path of no resistance for Bradley. And that's going to put pressure on the AI relationship quite a lot. If there's going to be someone on the other side that quite clearly has a roll to about 11 centers, and they're looking at each other at 7 centers apiece, that's going to put pressure on that relationship. And Patrick is an aggressive, strong-headed player, and Jamal is not going to let Patrick muscle his way into a better position than himself. So I'm very interested to see how the AI responds to the Bradley Micah sort of relationship at this point.
There's two ways to respond, right? One is to attack the other to try to get over that 11 dot threshold. The other is to try to get Micah back on side and to do damage to Bradley. But I imagine the price would be very high to do that if I were her and I was in this position and I was under attack and they were trying to get me on side. I'd have to be offered a path back into the game, right? Because with a chance to win. So it's going to be a difficult hurdle to clear.
David, do you want to give your final thoughts? Since it's only 4:30 in the morning, but Darcy's just getting going.
I understand that he is a young Turk and is ready to go.
I understand that we've taken you over time that you've committed to, but if you have final thoughts, let us know.
I had to enjoy the description of Bradley and Jamal just sitting in a room together, realizing that they're both probably in the best two positions in the game, and just quietly enjoying it and asking questions of each other. If they know the other side's not going to answer, the other side's not going to give any weakness. And I fully agree with both of them. I think they are in the two best positions on the board. Bradley, because he will have Micah's help most likely, and Jamal because he knows that he can eventually stab Patrick being right behind him there, or even maybe go in and get some stuff out of France or both. I still think Bradley's got a better shot, although Russia having to pull two here, he actually needs Russian help to beat France, at least some. He just doesn't have the units. So I hope he's getting ready to build a fleet here, or he's not going to beat France at all. So we'll see what happens.
So
France also has a disband. Oh no, France doesn't have a disband, do they?
No, France doesn't have a disband. But we're going to see the builds, but I do want David for you to weigh in on the part of the conversation that we heard from the sideline reporter where Jamal is saying, we've heard about a throw, and I'm assuming this is an idea that Micah might throw to Germany.
Right.
I'm going to get into my analyst role here. It would not be a throw. This is my firm opinion here. This would not be a throw. Russia is under attack from the AI.
Right.
This is what happens on top boards.
They get to decide. Russia gets to decide how Russia is going to defend an attack like that. And if the defense is to do nothing about Germany, that is a totally legitimate decision. And I'm not even saying the throwing is illegitimate. I think there are situations where true throwing is actually even legitimate, but that's not what's happening here. If that's what happens, it's just Micah making decisions that she's entitled to make.
Well, let's look at these disbands. And look at that, Jamal. She didn't go. She disbands Black Sea.
That is not the disband that should be made there. Oh, I guess Black Sea gets blown up here pretty easily. Actually, that's true.
Yeah, and it's a diplomatic move. She's trying to say, look, Austria, look, Italy, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Decide what you want to do here. The Army Munich build, come on, Bradley. Now, I guess maybe he knew that the two Russian fleets were going to get kept. In that case, building the fleet keel was less important. But gosh, I don't know. When you've
I
already,
think he was worried that Burgundy gets supported into Munich.
he was worried about the
He's
AI
really worried
thing.
about Munich. He's
Yeah,
worried
maybe
about
that's right.
Bohemia, Tyrolia, Burgundy.
Yeah, maybe that's right. Yeah.
All right, David. Thank you so much.
All right,
The
guys.
hobby is better off for having you.
Hobby's better off because I'm cutting out at 1905, so they can hear some real analysis for the last part of this game. But anyway, thanks for doing it, guys, and I'll look forward to watching this outcome.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, David. As we're talking about it being 1905, I believe this game's time limited the same as all the other
Correct.
VDL games, right? So it's a 7-hour game.
It's a 7-hour game that usually means 1910.
1910, 1911 at most, but they're not going to adjudicate early on the top board.
No.
So 1909, 1910, most likely 1910.
I think we can take that to the bank.
Yeah.
All right. Darcy, we'll leave you in the spring. Ben, you'll do the fall.
And off to the west we head for Italy, it seems, as there's moves to Piedmont and Western Med. However, Jamal likes to keep things a little bit interesting as Naples moves to Ionian, because that definitely needs to happen. Whilst Ankara supports Smyrna to Armenia as Con moves to Black Sea. Greece vacates to Aegean. Serbia and Bulgaria attempt to or do move up into Budapest and Romania. Meanwhile, Galicia supports Bohemia to Silesia to make pressure on Warsaw and Munich simultaneously. Vienna backfills Bohemia, and there is a French-assisted attempt on Munich, which is key for Munich's defense in fall. Micah moves to just make a big line around Ukraine to make it as difficult as possible for the AI to move forward. Meanwhile, she gets a little bit of happiness as she gets to take Liverpool. Sweden moves into Skagerrak, getting ready to, I suppose, make movement to try and force Channel at a later date. But other than that, a lot of it looks like this is going to be Bradley waiting for the stab. Well, not the stab, waiting for Micah to say, yes, you can take Edinburgh and Norway by agreement. It's just whether or not he can hold on to Munich while he waits for that.
Ben, I see what Darcy's saying, but on the other hand, I want you to talk about Jamal's moves here because he is, he's getting support into Munich from France. Is this an attack on France, or do we fully expect to see Jamal in Mid-Atlantic and have his own center set up for himself, just like Bradley is that Darcy's talking about?
It's an interesting choice with regards to the diplomacy to stay in Irish Sea for France, because if he's not going to defend Liverpool, you might expect to move back to Mid-Atlantic. With regards to Jamal, is he attacking France? I think he probably is attacking France. I think there's a advantage here that he can take. I mean, it would be pretty audacious for him to move like this and to expect Jason to stay on side. So he's burning diplomacy if he's not attacking France. There's a guarantee on Sevastopol here, and there's a guarantee on Munich too if France and Italy and Austria are cooperating. But I don't think you can expect that with regards to Munich anymore after this move.
I don't know, Darcy. Hold on. I'm reading this sort of as Patrick is in love with Jamal, and Jamal is in like with Patrick. He's not. He's keeping all the options open against Patrick if he wants it.
If they're cooperating, then sure, Western Med, but why Piedmont?
So I think what this is Jamal is telling Jason, I'll back you up against Bradley by moving into Mid-Atlantic and helping you up there, but then also moving to Piedmont just because he can. And what's Jason realistically going to do about it? Jason is definitely more angry at Bradley, and Jamal can do this move set and say he's not going to just take both Marseille and Spain, but then just take both of them. Whereas if he does Piedmont and Leon, for instance, then Jason's like, okay, this is only one thing. This is just attacking me. Whereas Jamal has a little bit of diplomatic leverage to make it a little bit more murky in terms of what his full moveset is going to look like. So I think it's potentially more likely he can get 2 builds here, potentially get a stab on Patrick and go +3 maybe if he wants to. If he wants to make a move as big as that, maybe not now, but it's definitely something that could happen.
If I'm Patrick, I am hating this move.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been thinking. Is he going to go for Bulgaria here and backfill Greece so that it doesn't retreat, or like, I don't know, like,
yeah, I mean,
or
right.
make a move on Ankara and then backfill Con so that there's no
or could go to Adriatic and Piedmont. I mean, there's like a lot of little options here and so that's why it's like, it's hard to be Patrick and looking at this with like, warm and fuzzies.
Yeah, Ionian to Adriatic, Aegean to Con. Con supports Armenia to Ankara, Tyrolia to Trieste, and then you take Marseille in Spain, is a 4 dot, maybe as low as 2, most likely a 3 dot stab, and puts
I don't
him
think
in.
he'll do that. I'm not saying he's going to do it this time, but I'm just saying he's setting himself up.
Yeah, but if you do the Austria one and you leave France to have some pressure on Germany.
Yeah, you do the Trieste Ankara stab.
All right, well,
let's see. How good are we?
He's smarter than all of us. So it's probably no stab, right?
I still don't like Piedmont if I'm not stabbing, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing, obviously.
Well, there's that.
They didn't take so they choose not to go after Sevastopol, and they exchange Ankara, presumably in exchange for, well, what they do is they take Munich. So that's the major cooperative attack. Jason sticks with the AI and is rewarded with a center to replace the one he's losing in Liverpool. I don't think he gets London. No. And Jamal is into Mid-Atlantic, giving him great position and not a dot, actually, because they've just traded Khan and Ankara. All right, somebody explain to me why they just did that with Khan and Ankara.
Super cagey negotiations. Patrick is a tactical player. Naples to Ionian makes no tactical sense if you're in an AI. Patrick,
I think he got upset at Naples to Ionian.
Yeah,
he
Patrick
backed
would
off.
have been absolutely hammering Jamal this turn diplomatically. And this is what the result is. Yeah.
Patrick is not the kind of player who's not going to notice that.
Yeah.
Right. But he doesn't fully make up with Micah either. And Jamal does go back to Venice, which is not nearly as nice for Patrick as Tuscany.
Yeah.
And Norway gets taken.
Norway gets taken. I think that
by agreement, because why does Micah need to build in St. Pete?
So Micah stays even with picking up Liverpool, losing Norway, and Bradley stays even.
And Bradley had another good argument for it. He might be losing Munich.
Right.
But on the other hand, he is in Burgundy. But I don't think Bradley has anywhere to build.
There's not a guess, but there's not a guess, but it's
he's not getting a build.
Pretty bad spot. I mean, there are guesses in terms of if he moves Burgundy to Gascony, then you have a 4-way guess in 4 potentially. So it's a good spot to be in Burgundy.
Is this in your mind now just a race between A and I? Is Bradley and Micah sort of, are their stars fading?
Well, it does seem like everyone's ganged up against them. And even in this moment where Patrick is not trusting Jamal, he hasn't done anything not that he could have done much with Micah, but they haven't disengaged in any way. So it does seem like at the moment, the other 3 are all on board.
I love this game if I'm Jamal.
Yeah,
he
everyone's
has
going north.
he
Yeah.
has the Iberian dots whenever he wants them. He's just moved into Tyrolia. He's in Tyrolia and Venice, 2 on Trieste. He's the one that has the fleet in Black Sea. He has an army back in Ankara. He can take back Con at some point in this game and probably get away with all 3 of the Turkish dots. Patrick's position is much worse because Mike is still sat there with 4 armies that aren't going to be moving. Like, Munich is not a holdable dot when there's AI fighting at the end of this game. I love it if I'm Jamal.
Well, I think
Absolutely love
I just to put a finer point on it, why it's good for Jamal is that he can leverage Micah against Patrick if he wants to make a move on Patrick. Patrick really can't leverage Jamal against Micah, right? Because especially with this series of moves. So
and Patrick can't leverage Micah against Jamal except through Armenia with 1 unit. There's really very little chance for Russia to do anything to Italy.
So
I think Jamal's position is better because Patrick doesn't have the free dots in Iberia that Jamal does. Bradley doesn't have the breathing space really to make too many moves to take Micah's dots, even if he wants to take them. Like, I just think Jamal has so much more flexibility with his position than Bradley does, and they're on the same amount of dots. Oh, they're not. Bradley's on 1 more, but...
All right, we're going to move it forward. Thank God there's not the little clock. I'm going to probably get some note from...
That's okay. I'm trying to get us back to 8-hour broadcasts. Michalis is doing 8-hour broadcasts with me now, so it's your turn, Ed.
All right. So we're not that bad yet. All right. So let's hear the 06 sideline.
Hi, everyone. We're here for 06. And to kick off the vibes of this, I see Austria and Germany. Bradley and Patrick get together and they start talking. And Bradley instantly is like, "Oh, this game's horrible. I hate it. It's horrible position." Yeah, womp womp. Poor Bradley, he's winning. But they start coordinating. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, a little bit different to his typical pitch, which is I win everything. But him and Patrick start coordinating on what each other needs to watch out for. But Patrick expresses, well, he doesn't express, but there is a bit of a lack of coordination going on. He seems to be under Jamal's spell a fair bit. Then we swap to a bit of a Austria-Italian-French conversation. They're talking about Micah's disbands because they are pretty friendly to Bradley. They are very friendly to Bradley. That does back up everything that people sort of heard from Micah about her being willing to make the game a bit easier for Bradley. Then we see Jamal talking to Patrick because he did move to Serbia, which raises some concerns around Greece. And Jamal asks for a hand-on-heart promise that Serbia will move to Budapest and nowhere else. And Patrick goes, "Yep, 100%. I'm happy to do that. 120%. I'm happy to do that."
Which surprises me because it feels like, I don't know, it feels like a sensible and defensive thing to just sit Serbia there, personally, under the circumstances. But that's just my 2 cents, Brandon. What do I know?
Yeah, well, it's interesting here because that first conversation that I heard with Patrick and Bradley this year, I'm like, all right, Patrick might be going for it a little bit. But in this conversation with Jamal, and it was followed up with more negotiations from spring and into fall, Jamal's read on Patrick is that Patrick won't turn. So to confirm this with Patrick, he says, "Hey, look, if you're ever going to do it, it was going to be last turn. You've passed up that opportunity. I take that as we're good and I don't need to worry about you. Is that right?" Then Patrick comes out and says, "Oh, look, I didn't stab you, so you are exactly right." And then he says, "I'd like to come first, but please, if it comes to it, can you give me second for DB&I's sake?" So what I get from that, and what the rest of the conversation turned into, was Patrick basically saying and putting all of his emphasis on coming second for DB&I. So it seems like he's lost interest in coming first on this top board. He's thinking about bigger things. But, this is a top board. This is VDL. This is still important. And Jamal sees that attitude and instantly says, I don't care about second. That's all yours. I'm aiming for first. Jamal also says that he won't throw a game, but if it comes down to Patrick and Bradley, and it's between one or two and he has to pick, he will pick whoever has worked with him best all game. Patrick takes a lot of comfort in hearing that, but Jamal didn't actually say a name. Jamal said whoever has worked best with him all game. And you know what? If he's had no problems from Bradley all game, maybe that's going to be Bradley. So even though
alternative thought there. That person could also be Jamal. That person could be Jason.
It could be anyone. That's right. Look, it comes down to Italy and Germany. Again, they're not saying anything to each other. They're just giving each other a couple of pitches, but they're both saying, yeah, that sounds good, but not this turn. And any good player knows, what that means. Like they're not all the time, but in cases like this, when people aren't giving each other anything and they say, not this turn, come to me next turn, these two both know they're just palming each other off. But Jamal is fired up. His attitude, he's doing a very good job of controlling his excitement, but he can see his path. He knows that he has Patrick locked in, and Patrick doesn't want first. He's thinking about second. So Jamal sees his path. He knows what he needs to do. He's changed his tone ever so slightly when talking to people, but he jumps into a chat with Jason and he's like, "Oh, I got to worry about Patrick stabbing," and I don't think he has to. With this as well. Bradley wants Patrick to get out of Bohemia. He said he understands the position, but he just wants him to go like take Warsaw, just get away, saying neither one of them have given each other grief all game. Why start now? Maintain that balance.
I was thinking the couple of notes that I wrote down is just the amount of people who are just saying that, they want Bradley to win. Bradley's worked well with them. It does feel like Bradley Grace is still everyone's friend. I repeat, Bradley Grace is everyone's friend. And then I look at it, I'm like, also Italy's on 7. When does Italy go down from 7? It just feels like the Chaos Merchants have just expanded operations. They've got a full European market, and they're just but it's funny because this really is the point where I think for both Bradley and Jamal, that this mid game is where the chaos merchanting that feels very subtle and under the surface in the early game kind of becomes this systematic, logical domination of the board. It feels like the GI conversation, that they've been big major players, is just getting stronger every turn.
And that sort of leads into a conversation that took up majority of the negotiation time in fall. And it's interesting, Jamal pitches this in fall and not spring, but he's telling Patrick that they need to blow up his fleet in Ankh. And that is actually creating a fair bit of tension.
Yes.
There is a lot of tension, but Patrick keeps submitting. And sort of like he's done in the last couple of years, he's just doing whatever Jamal is, telling him to do. And there's even a point where Patrick's talking to Bradley. Jamal enters the chat room and says, Patrick, let's go talk to Jason. And without saying anything, Patrick just leaves, follows Jamal like a good little boy, and starts talking to Jason. And poor Bradley's just like, man, what's going on here? So, but there was a lot of back and forth about this fleet in Ankh, so it'll be interesting to see how they play that out. But, even when it came to Patrick talking to Bradley about Munich, Bradley was shocked to hear that Patrick wasn't getting it. And Patrick's just like, I thought I'd get it too, but oh well. He's not even trying to coordinate with Bradley about, preventing France or Italy from getting something. So, we're just going to have to see how this one goes. But, I've got my fingers crossed. Patrick's still in a good position. So hopefully he's still in that position by the end of this year.
Yeah, just got to look at that board and have some more forceful conversations about boundaries.
Yeah, that's it. 100%. All right, we'll get back to it. Have a good one.
See you.
So it doesn't seem like they've seen the moves from the end. So they're not trying to explain on the sideline why there wasn't an attack on Sevastopol there, right? But I don't know if I buy. I mean, these games are exhausting. You're playing for a long time. But I don't know if I buy that Patrick is out, that he's mentally checked out of the game. Even if he is tired and he is selling that he's not trying to win, he could be, as soon as he sees an opportunity, I still think he takes it.
That is exactly the question I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, Ed. I should have let you ask the question.
It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. No problem. But I'm glad it's the comment that I wanted to make. And Darcy, you can point. You know, Patrick isn't mentally weak, but you know the game can break your will a little bit. But I was a little surprised. I mean, they seem very confident in that read, and they're listening to him, and we're not. But I just have a hard time buying it.
Look, I think obviously I have had a similar view to in the past, a similar view to what was said by suggested by Brandon and Zoe in the chat to about Patrick. And I would have to say it is very different to be in the game playing with a player like Jamal next to you in Italy the whole time, and your game is starting at like midnight. That you're like Jamal's constantly doing this sort of subliminal messaging to try and get the edge over the players. And this is Patrick's first top board. It's happening at a poor time of day for him. And he cares about DBNI. I care about DBNI. That was part of my reasoning in Summer Classic, and Ed knows about the Summer Classic top board, right? Like I can see exactly this being something that is definitely on Patrick's mind. And I think it's like Patrick said in the comments, I think it's a little bit unfair to go as far as saying mentally weak. I think it's more just being compromised by the situation and the environment and circumstances of when the game's taking place and who he's around. And I mean, it's part of top board politics, right? And if Jamal can get their leg up on that to get to the level footing with Bradley and Micah, then I mean, Jamal's doing what he needs to do to win VDL. So it'll be interesting. But I do think Patrick has a bit of his own interests at heart, because he does decide to move to Constantinople rather than blow up the fleet. So he's not completely out of it. But I do tend to lean more towards lean more towards Brandon and Zoe's sort of Patrick being a little bit more lenient towards Jamal's view of the game than Patrick's own view of the game.
I was going to say, I think it surprised me that Patrick isn't getting Munich. That was one of the thoughts I had too, that the sideline reporters talked about. But I know Patrick is a student of DBNI. One of the things I've learned, and everyone watching the stream, whether now or later, should learn, is on a top board, the grind matters. You can't watch Brandon Fogel win top boards, or Nicola Taille won his top boards on Peter McNamara on the last move of the last game, of the game year. I mean, how Peter McNamara won one that I was like, I didn't even know he was possible to get that many dots at the end. I'm not saying Patrick's out of it, because I don't think so, but like the top people, they're always trying to figure out a way. And it's not beyond Patrick's wheelhouse to say, I just want to be second, because I've said that a ton of times. I've never meant it one time in my life. Except the next time. The next time I say it, that's totally true, if anyone hears that. All right.
One time you told me you weren't trying to solo. You remember that?
I think okay, yes. 22. But I could have had 23, Ben. I always leave a little in the tank. All right. No builds.
Everything just kind of switched around.
Yeah, no build. That's kind of crazy.
Darcy, take it away.
All right. So in the East, we have Patrick deciding not to go through with the orders that he'd agreed with Jamal, as there is an attempted convoy and convoyed support for Bulgaria to Armenia, which fails, as Patrick decides to instead make moves towards Greece and to protect Vienna, rather than to further attacks on Micah. However, he does slip into Berlin because why not? Let's be a little bit cheeky. And meanwhile, Jamal
Well,
does.
he was tapping it. He was tapping it, or he gets in. I mean, it's a great move.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jamal does cover Greece with the fleet. Jamal does move Venice to Piedmont, Lyon to Tyrrhenian Sea to Lyon. So again, looks like there's at least a guarantee on Spain if Jamal wants to take it, or Portugal. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the West, big turn for Bradley as he gets Munich back, gets into Paris via a retreat, meaning that even though he can't keep Paris in fall, he has massive position gains as a result of this. And he manages to move Norway to Norwegian so that Edinburgh is takeable whenever he wants without losing North Sea now, which is pretty big. And Jason manages to get into Liverpool, and that should be keepable long-term here as long as Jamal is supporting Jason's defensive attempts. So overall, I would say Patrick wasn't completely doing whatever Jamal wants. At least these moves show that so far. But still, I would say perhaps with this change in fortunes, Jamal might have to pull the trigger on Portugal, Marseille, and Spain in fall to forego losses of Greece, Smyrna, and Ankara, maybe.
I guess that's a question, right, Ben? Which is that, I mean, if he thinks that Patrick's going to take, Greece or other stuff, I guess he has to get it off of France. But maybe his read is Patrick's not going to do that.
Yeah, Patrick has Greece and can defend Trieste, and I think there's a guess on Smyrna.
There's a guess on Smyrna and Ankara.
Right. So it's only one. It's only a stab for one. But if he's lost confidence in Jamal, then I could see it. The interesting question for Jamal is if he takes something from France, is he setting up Bradley in too good a position? And that'll be his choice. I wonder if Silesia was agreed with Bradley in exchange for attacking Silesia to Berlin in exchange for attacking Italy.
No, sure.
No, I don't think so. But it is curious now whether Patrick is this I mean, he was so out of position against Jamal that this would be a stab if it.
I mean, with Tyrolia tried to support Bohemia to Munich here.
Oh, it has to be a stab, I think. I mean, I
just don't think it's a very good one for if you're trying to win the game. I think this is Jamal has said done enough pressuring of me. I'm over it.
Yeah, I think it's confident
sort of thing, rather than I'm going to try and go for the win here. Because, I mean, I think he's trying to go for the win, but it's not a stab you make for the win. I think this just puts Bradley in a big driver's seat.
It's not a board position stab. It's a diplomatic necessity stab.
Explain what you mean by that.
It's a stab you make if you say, I can't work with Jamal, not a stab you make because you think that you're going to get a huge chunk up from it and be in the best position on the board, I think.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to figure out if it was just paranoia or a stab, but even Jamal is saying it's a stab, right?
Well, and he must have convinced Micah. I mean, Micah is making moves that she would only make if she's convinced she has Patrick on board, right?
Yeah. Which now evokes an interesting dynamic around Bradley and Micah in terms of does Bradley still get to take Edinburgh here because Micah's helping Bradley win, sort of thing.
All right.
We shall see.
I guess the big question is whether Jamal's
got to take Portugal, Spain, Marseille here, I think.
I don't know if he takes all three, but I mean, what does he do? because I think Ben's point of you can't have Jason collapse without Bradley benefiting, right? Like there's the dot race now, and there's the dot race at the end. It's a tricky position for Jamal.
Patrick's move on Jamal here is not a good one to try and win the game. This is a stab where you're not going to get back on good terms with Patrick before the end of this game in a meaningful way. This is like, you've got to do what you've got to do now before you have to disband those units in the West. Like, I guess we'll see.
I'll see if Micah takes a poke here at Anchor or Smyrna.
Smyrna or something, or Romania maybe.
So she does make that attack on Anchor.
Jamal, I think we're bearing the lead. Why don't we just count what Jamal's done? And
sorry, I was looking at that. I was looking at the East first. Wow, that's
he's lost 2, but let's go with all the ones he's gained.
4 down 2. Yeah. Wait, it's up 5. It's up.
Let's do it this way.
Trieste, Marseille, Spain, Portugal,
and down Greece
and Smyrna. So it's a gain of 3. Meanwhile, Patrick and Micah moved towards each other in Galicia rather than staying surrounding Trieste.
Patrick kept Berlin.
Yeah, I think maybe he wanted a place to build, but not.
Well, he would have had it if he moved to Trieste, right? I don't understand why he doesn't move to Trieste. I cannot come up with a reason.
Yeah, he only had to open up Budapest or Vienna, not both, if he wanted to build.
I think he's trying to keep Berlin long term, so he moves to Bohemia.
What a move! What's happening with the Western powers, with Germany? Goes up Liverpool. Oh wait, sorry. Goes up Munich, and doesn't lose anything. So
loses Berlin.
Right, loses Berlin. Or even.
But they're in Burgundy and Picardy now. And Micah loses Liverpool, so that's she's decided to blow up Clyde. So
you have to think Jamal's taking the lead and everyone's scared of him now. So is Bradley still in position to take advantage of this or not?
I think.
And note that Bradley does not take Berlin back, right? He knows that he's got to have somebody fighting Jamal.
Yeah, I think Bradley still has it. I think Edinburgh's still his. Liverpool's still his. He gets Paris with the amount of disbands that that's about to be France.
He's going to get Berlin back at some point. Also, it's not.
He'll get Berlin back. Yeah, he'll get Berlin back. He'll get Edinburgh. He'll get Liverpool. He'll get Paris. It depends on what Jason does post this stab.
Yeah, I'm very curious. To get through the winter and see what the board looks like because it's a lot to look at right now.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it is noteworthy that Paris does go to Picardy with Belgium's support. It may end up helping Jason that way, and he can argue that, but he wouldn't have lost Paris, even though he may have thought he would have. That's one of the great things about this game. Let's see what our sideliners have to say.
Brandon, we are in 1907, and I have to hog the mic for a bit because this was a big year. So right off the bat, Spring 07 was relatively quiet on the negotiations front. We looked at first like we were continuing on the same path. And then there was a critical moment. Bradley and Micah are talking. They're just like shifting pieces around. And then Micah says, hold on, Patrick's messaging me. And the pitch is, Micah, what are your southern units doing? And all of a sudden, this game is blown wide open because Patrick has turned around against Jamal. The fall negotiations, as you can expect, AI immediately off in a room. And the first thing that Jamal says is, so Bradley wins now. And Patrick, and I actually have to recount this whole conversation because it just really floored me in a great way that I don't get so much from sidelining even really great games of diplomacy. So Patrick says to Jamal, I made a judgment call. No matter what I do, you and Bradley at this point are more likely to win than me, but this decision gives me a better chance. I severely underestimated the power of you having Iberia in your pocket, and I missed the bigger picture, and I felt like I needed to make a change. So Jamal says, what conversation can we have here that would change your decision? And Patrick says something pretty like, which would be kind of brutal to hear, but was pretty much just like, Jamal, just take the dots that you have access to. Be honest about it. We need to rebuild a foundation of honesty here, pretty much. And Jamal kind of ties off this conversation by saying, I'm going to need some very clear promises from you going forward if we're going to work together. But it feels like you were describing the last couple of years that Jamal seemed to have like a bit of power over Patrick that wasn't necessarily merited by the position, you know, being able to bring him into conversations and take him out of other conversations and that sort of thing. But the spell feels like it's broken. It's just the conversations have a totally different tone now. And I just wanted to shout out here, like, Patrick has turned twice. He's stabbed twice. Some people would say more, but I'm talking Micah and Jamal here. And both times he's really stood on business. He's not like hedging. He's not wheedling. He's not blaming other people. He's being really direct, and he's explaining that he's made this decision based on his read of the board. And it shows like a real quiet confidence and groundedness, I think, in his strategic read of the board and his ability to understand the relationships that are happening around the board. And I think it's like a sign of a pretty mature diplomacy player.
Yeah, for sure.
It really impressed me. And Bradley Grace is also kind of over the moon. He pushes back when Jamal says, you've got all the moves that you wanted from Patrick, so the game is all yours, which felt a bit catty. Bradley was completely honest. He said, this was planned between Patrick and Micah, and I had nothing to do with it. She told me it was happening at the last second. And it's just, you know, those two sharks, they're still circling each other. They're not letting anything drop. And Bradley now wants Patrick to win the AI race. And he said, he said to Patrick, what I care about is that this game isn't over already. You've done that. This game's been wild, but it's a good game. You know what I mean? And Patrick and Bradley are coming together on that. And there's a buoyancy in these conversations that hasn't been there the last couple of years.
Yeah, for sure. Like the little bits I was tuning into, there wasn't really that much going on. And like that real trigger point when Jamal snuck into Mao, you know, there was a lot of concern there that I had in spring. I'm like, you know, what's going on here? Like, is Patrick going to see it? Is Patrick going to do something about it? You know, it felt like up until this point, Jamal had really had Patrick on a leash. Maybe he shortened that leash a little too far and Patrick wasn't a fan of it anymore. And yeah, like he came through and he saw it and he's pushed. And yeah, like Micah's vibe, unfortunately in spring was pretty sad. Like she wasn't happy with Jason. She didn't like how this game was going. She'd been pitching to Patrick for ages to make the switch, and Patrick chose a really good time to do it. You know, Jamal may be feeling a little too confident in that hold he had over Patrick, overextended, and Patrick's done a really good stab and responded like really well. You know, when it came to the fall, again, there wasn't really much for me to listen into. You had the meaty conversations, but
sorry, I was greedy.
No, that's fine. I was able just to chill. It was great, but you know, a large part of it was Bradley and Micah sort of being fairly quiet, stressing about tactics in the north, but you know, just super happy about Patrick's flip. And you know, Patrick's got a decent run at it. Like he's always been in a good position, but now you know he's opened the gates a little bit. He's going for it. But you know, Bradley's still in it. He's still got a really good spot, and Jamal is still a huge threat. Really depends what Jason's doing, and the vibe at the moment seems like Jason just doesn't care. He's just happy to let you know Jamal do whatever's going to happen, and he's sort of checked out, which is unfortunate. But you know, Micah and Patrick start talking a little bit about what to do around Smyrna or Ank. You know, there's a couple of guesses. They're not really sure who to trust. Micah's like, maybe Patrick's going to go big. Maybe I need to listen to Jamal here because, you know, he's hurt by Patrick. So maybe he will just be genuine and do something here. But, you know, she even asked Bradley for a little bit of advice and, you know, he gives some good advice, keeps it fairly neutral though. But, you know, Micah is set with Patrick and really hoping that he sticks with her. And yeah, it'll be really cool to see how this year plays out. Patrick's done really well turning this around. It's really good. He's making use of that position.
And I think if I just have to say, like, one thing at least, even if Patrick doesn't stick with Micah, doesn't stick with this turn, I feel pretty confident at this stage that he'll be honest and forthright about it and be able to ground it in his understanding of the board. And what more can we ask for, honestly? In
That's
this
it,
game
yep.
of liars and cheats and bluffing, kidding. I'm
It
so
was
excited to see what 08 brings.
No, it was a really good stab, not just for a top board. For a top board, it was a really good stab. For in general, it was really good. He's done well. So let's see how he followed through with it.
Absolutely.
I have a hard disagree on that being a good stab. I really disagree on that being like, that's not a good stab. I don't see where his next dot is. I don't see how he can possibly race Jamal or Bradley for anything remotely close to the board top from his position at all.
Not covering Trieste is a big problem.
Yeah, I think based off the sideline sort of seems to me a bit like the vibes of the board and the way people were negotiating was so exhausting that when anything changed, they were like, oh my God, yes, this is great, this is awesome. And they were sort of grabbing at something that like I just don't think was really like real in terms of that being like a game altering stab in terms of opening Patrick to having a chance at topping this board.
Well, let's look at it from a different perspective, though, because imagine Patrick doesn't stab in the spring and Jamal still picks up these 3 French units and now doesn't have pressure from Austria. That's even better for Jamal, right?
Well, nothing's changed. They've just exchanged dots, right? They've just exchanged Greece and Smyrna for Con and
Well,
Trieste.
what's he supposed, Darcy? What's he supposed to do? Just roll over and play dead?
No. I'm not saying that.
Trying to win.
I'm not
what
saying
other credible
that.
move did he have?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the stab is bad in terms of it doesn't get him any closer, like anything to the win. I don't think he had a chance at the win anyway. I just think it was a bad stab, and the way the sideline was talking about the stab as if it was like a revolutionary sort of thing to get Patrick back in the game, I disagree with. That's all I'm saying.
I think there's some difficulty with the sideline having not seen the moves that we've already seen, right? Because then they're reacting to the end of the. But I think the stab is made worse by not covering Trieste. But you're right, it wasn't a stab that gave Patrick control over the board. Certainly.
Okay. Let's
move on. Yeah.
One is, well, no, I'm going to luxuriate.
One
is the problem wasn't Patrick's trying to make a move. The problem was he was kind of arguably out of position to make that move, right?
Yeah.
And you let Jamal gameplay with him a little too much. And then when Jamal commits, Jamal is the beneficiary of Jason here. And just like, like Ben said, I think Patrick realized the significance of Jamal really going up. So now he's trapped. He doesn't know what to do, right? And it's not the worst thing for him to do because he wasn't sure Jamal was going to eat Jason like that. Like, if you take that part out of it.
But he was. He said you take the dots that you have there. Like he was telling him to take the dots.
I agree. Jason told him that. Well, and then Patrick told him that too. But still, I mean, maybe he wouldn't have done it. But I'm just saying, like, I just don't think Patrick. This isn't the problem. Wasn't that Patrick made the move? Like, I it's not a great stab, but I don't think he had a great stab. I think it's
I don't think he had a great stab either. My only point was I don't think it changes anything in terms of like how this game plays out in the last 3 years in terms of who comes out on top. Like the sideline was saying it could. That's it.
What do we think about Jason's choices here? He left himself very vulnerable. Did he have another option?
I mean,
I don't know. He got Paris back. I was pretty happy with that.
Gascony supporting Picardy to Brest is interesting. He's just confidently trying to keep Liverpool at this stage. He's happy that he kept Liverpool. Like they said, he's checked out. Like, I think he's just going to disband relatively neutrally, and I think he's basically just loose units on the board at this point.
All right. I don't even understand your comment, Patrick, so I'm just going to blow it off. Let's see what Jamal builds here. And Austria gets a build on this horrible stab. It's a 1-dot stab. Let's see. There we go. 2 armies and a fleet, which is what I would think you would do if you were Jamal.
Yeah, but what does Micah do? Does Micah take Rum here? Micah could get Rum and Smyrna here and end on a respectable center count. Like,
I don't think she does it.
I mean, what's Jamal done to her that, like, at all in this game? Patrick was the one that stabbed her.
Well, you got to think of what's the is there any hope of containing Jamal at this point? Because Micah's been working with Bradley.
It's not like Micah's cared about that, though.
Well, she's been working with Bradley the whole game. So if
Yeah.
she has a second choice, it's probably Bradley, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, she might not do it so that Bradley has a better chance at winning. Okay, yep.
Well, even still, right? If Micah, like, I don't think Micah can credibly win, but if she wanted to think she could credibly win, she would want to get Patrick fully engaged first and take the dots in 09 or something like that, right? I don't think she makes a move.
I mean,
on
Bradley's
anything
got
she
great
does.
disbands from Jason here as well.
Great disbands from Jason. Well, I mean, not great and not totally great, right? Like, the armies are left on the continent. I don't know if Bradley would.
I mean, I think they're the best possible disbands you could give other than Paris.
Okay, well, that's a big qualifier. Let's go to spring 1908. Darcy?
So Jamal takes Smyrna at the same time as Patrick taking Trieste. Meanwhile, Micah continues to move downwards into Turkey, seeing dot potential there, and only holds Ukraine, doesn't try and make a move on Romania. Meanwhile, he moves down into Tyrolia to try and make a move on Venice in the long term here, but it's not going to be takeable, really. Meanwhile, in the west, and we have Naples moving to Ionian. Meanwhile, in the west, we have Berlin moving into Silesia with Kiel backfilling it. That's another positive for Bradley. Meanwhile, it seems like Jamal is very much just trying to keep as many of Jason's centers alive and anti-German as possible. So that probably means he has Jason for the remainder of the game as an ally. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Bradley isn't going to make the move for Edinburgh just yet. He's going to wait a little bit until he only desperately needs it. And it's looking very much like it is going to be IF versus ARG to end this game.
The old ARG.
ARG.
It's tricky for Patrick and Micah because they can't get into Black Sea and they can't get into Adriatic. So
I don't even think they can take any of those Turkish dots, meaning that those two armies moving down aren't even going to really make much of a difference in the south. Which means that's a pretty deadlocked position overall as soon as Ionian gets to Aegean. And that means Jamal ends the east at least on the centers that he's currently in at the moment. And it's just about holding on to the Iberian dots, which shouldn't be too hard given there's only like 5 moves left in the game.
Without any fleets, it's going to be it is pretty much deadlocked. And I don't think that fleet in Eastern Med is going to get anywhere useful given all the Italian fleets. So is it too early to start thinking what can Germany get to?
Germany gets Liverpool and Eddie, and they're getting Berlin. That's 11. And Bradley has the tiebreaker over Jamal. So
So Jamal needs to find somewhere else to grow.
Jamal needs to find Greece and maybe see if he can get thrown a French dot, which is exceptionally unlikely. Maybe try and get Greece and Bulgaria. But it's looking like
You guys are a lot more confident than I am looking at the bat. I wish I had your confidence that all this was gonna.
Well,
I don't know. The problem is that I don't know. I think Bradley can get it, but I don't think he takes stuff now. Right? Maybe Berlin.
No,
The reason I'm starting to think about the end of the game is because it's come down to, I think, to two people who have a chance to win, and that's when there's no reason in my mind for the alliance structure to shift unless somebody is given an opportunity to be back in the game where they have a chance to win. That's not to say turn off the stream. We're still you never know what's going to happen in these things. I'm not that confident.
Oh, there's things that can happen, right? Like, I mean, if you're really thinking, right, if Micah's going to throw dots, Bradley could get to St. Petersburg even, right? There's,
right.
I mean, I think there's a little bit of inefficiency in the Eastern moveset by Patrick and Russia in terms of Galicia should just be moving back to Budapest and Romania, moving to Bulgaria to give any chance of any gains in Turkey. But I guess Patrick's trying to keep the door a little bit open for a chance at Warsaw before the end of this game.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I maybe, right, but I don't think Patrick right now is doing anything other than fighting Jamal. I don't think Patrick thinks that like his 8 is sustainable on the map. But let's go look at the fall. Bradley walks out of Berlin. Ben
walks out of Berlin, and Patrick is keeping Trieste, but is also sort of positioning himself around Warsaw, possibly. Micah goes right back, and I wonder if the negotiations between Micah and Patrick weren't that great this turn. And then in the West, we have Germany taking Brest with Russian help, and not much forward movement from Italy except the move to Mid-Atlantic.
I'm not sure why Jamal's opening Ionian here when he doesn't have a build.
There's no fleet there. Well, because of Eastern Med, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'd just be scared of what's going to happen around there. I mean, I think it's a good bounce in Burgundy. That's pretty big to try and keep Paris. I think Liverpool's lost next year, but Paris can be kept for another year. But yeah, I mean, I think it's. I mean, Patrick's what? Patrick's still on 9 here. No, nothing changes. He's still on 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just unless this game has another turn and twist, which I don't think it does. I think Bradley has this either on 10 with a tiebreak or on 11. I don't see Jamal getting a center.
Well, we'll see. Again, we'll see. I'm not that. I got the Jamal beanie on. I don't think he's going to lose in a tiebreak, but you never know. Let's go to our sideline for 1908.
It is 08. We are nearly at the end of this game, Brad, and it feels like it's been a marathon and yet somehow a sprint at the same time. So the first thing...
Huge outcome from Jamal there. Before we get into this year, doing I think he walked into 5 centers. He went down 2 to Patrick, but he still went up 5. 3 from Jason and 2 from Patrick.
And immediately Patrick and Jamal start talking, and the initial pitch is, I'm much more interested in how we can continue to work together. You have many more centers available to you, and he lists off Bradley's home centers and Micah's home centers. And then he's, Patrick's pretty ticked off. And Jamal says, it's you took a swing at me, I took a swing back because you took a swing at me. And Patrick quite tersely says you took a swing back because he thought it would win you the game. That's not something worth lying about. And the pitch comes up again for Patrick to play for second place. The pitch comes up again, and Patrick and Jamal are like jumping back and forth into conversations, and there's like a little hitch in Patrick's voice when he agrees and commits to, you know, moving away from Jamal. And I'm like, did I just catch a lie? Did I just clock a lie? And viewers, I did, because in full immediately, yeah, Jamal just turns around and goes, interesting lie. And Patrick says, morally, I couldn't do anything other than this. I'll let you'll have a look at the board to see what this is. And it's really interesting how the balance of power in the negotiations has shifted, because all of a sudden Jamal's saying things like, I've got Jason's fleets working for me. Viewers, Jason has one fleet. One fleet. I don't know how this is happening.
Well, we all know Jamal loves to work with a beast, and that's typically a beast of burden. And Jason has definitely fallen into that category for this game.
Oh, no.
He has openly admitted that he will not oppose Jamal, and Jamal is his pick to win.
Versus at the end of the year, Jamal is trying to sneak in that thing about like playing for second and how good it is to get second. Like, don't you want to get second if you can't get first? And Patrick says very firmly, I've chosen mindset A. Don't try to sneak me into mindset B again. It is off the table. Also interesting discussion with Jason, who seems to be on a really different page. Jason says to Patrick, are you just giving up here, implying that Bradley's going to win? And Patrick's pretty terse. I think he feels that Jason and he are not on the same page of this book at all, and says, Jason, someone different is winning every turn. Someone different is winning every turn. That's why it's a good game, and that's why I'm changing my approach so much. I don't know. It's like right back in 02, 03, we were talking about like these like sort of subtext conversations about Austria and Patrick being the key to the East. And, you know, however many years later, it seems like, you know, he's really stepped into the conversation in a way that I think there was a good chance that he wouldn't.
Yeah, like from a couple of the conversations I listened to, Patrick was talking to Micah, and Micah was pretty much just saying, look, you know, can we work something out here? What's going on? Like, you know, can we do this? And Patrick's like, oh, yeah, probably. And she goes, look, just let me know if you're going to stab me. I won't do anything aggressive. I'll pull back, but just like, let me know what you're going to do. Can we work something out? And Patrick's response, he leaves the chat and goes and talks to Jamal. Doesn't say anything. So I think she got her answer there. And yeah, look, there was a conversation between Bradley and Patrick is talking to Patrick is talking to Bradley about how he is just playing for second, and he's fine with Jamal getting first because he just wants second for DB&I. And Bradley is just like, please do not play for second. You are still in a position. You can still make a difference. Play the game.
Yes,
and,
Bradley.
You know, like our good friend Shane Armstrong here in Australia says, just play the effing game. And unfortunately, that was a bit of the tone of the negotiations I listened to this year, mainly coming from Patrick and Micah. Patrick just only thinking about second. You know, he's still in a decent position. There's still, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours left of game time. And he's been talking about second this whole time. And that's probably cost him. And, you know, when it came to some of Micah's discussions as well, Jamal comes to her and he's making all the right pitches. You know, he's laying things out. He's being very logical. He's talking about how Micah could be working to increase her own score and, you know, like try and maximize things. He doesn't want to pitch her against anyone, but he's like, look, the way to play clean is to try and maximize your own score. And Micah's response to that is, I don't think it's about maximizing your own score. I think it's about building relationships in and outside of the game. So unfortunately, we have two people on this board that don't seem to actually be concerned with winning. And they're both in the East. And Jamal's taken advantage of that. And why not, you know?
I mean, I will say that last conversation about mindset A, as in playing to win, don't try to sneak me into mindset B of playing for second. That came right towards the end of fall, Patrick saying that to Jamal. I think that Bradley might have changed Patrick's
That would be really good if that has happened. Because, yeah, like I'm seeing Jamal is playing very well. He's saying all the right things. He's keeping calm. He's adjusting the way he's talking to the different players.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, just can't quite get through. And you know what? Micah is 100% in Bradley's court. She even comes to him and says, I don't know what to do here. I'm playing a game of morals rather than a game of tactics. And I think Bradley gave a pretty good neutral response. He didn't take advantage of that, but he just gave good, clean advice. And yeah, I think Bradley and Jamal are doing very well here. So it just lies with what Patrick and Micah are going to do. We'll see how
Doesn't
that
it
goes.
always come down to this? Two strong and interesting alliances getting right to the end.
Yeah.
I think I heard that Patrick told Jamal in there I was morally obligated to lie to you. That's pretty funny. Like you're gonna let's put moral. I was natural law demanded that I lie to you.
It is really interesting about how different people think about the morality of the game. I think in Patrick's mindset, his obligation is to try to win. And it's interesting to hear Micah say her feelings is about building relationships.
Yeah, it was. I thought that they were talking about Patrick too, but then the way they said it, I thought maybe it was Bradley. So you read that was a conversation she was having with Patrick?
No, with Bradley. She was. Oh wait, no. I just meant. They said that Micah said, I don't remember who she was talking to, that it was about trying to build relationships if she couldn't win. But for Patrick, it seems like he's going with the mindset that he has to lie because that's the only way he can possibly win. I think that's what that was.
Well, in any event, we have 1 or 2 game years.
Well, they said an hour and a half to 2 hours. So we have 2 years. I think we probably have 3 years left.
3, yeah.
Which means 1909, 1910, 1911. So we could still have all it does is, gets Bradley in much better position to win. But anyway, let's see if I'm wrong.
See if anything shakes up.
Yeah, let's see if anything shifts to change my mind. I hope so. For the sake of
from those sidelines, it doesn't seem like Patrick is 100% locked into one side or the other for the rest of the game.
I read it that they were that they tended to think Jamal had a better chance than Bradley, but
I think they did. I think they did, but like looking at the board here, when we have the time to analyze it without the emotions and exhaustion of playing, I think it's much more in Bradley's favor. But we'll see.
Patrick
is in any event,
I think
10-9-8. The other powers, France has got a disband here. I assume Bradley builds an army. What does Jamal build? Another army in Rome?
Fleet Naples to cover Ionia.
Naples. Yeah, he's got to build Fleet Naples. Got to.
I didn't know Jamal had another build. Was there a forced disband or something?
Yeah, I think Trieste was.
Trieste. Okay, that makes way more sense why he moved to Aegean then. In fall.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Eastern still could have gone to Ionian, but yeah, and that would have still been.
That would have been an amazing read. By Patrick.
I actually don't. If you go back to it, I think the reason Micah backs off is Smyrna's not takeable, right?
Right. No, there's
no reason.
I think, is there not?
There's not right now, but there.
No, but the reason why she moved back is because Patrick went silent when she asked, "Are you working against me?" and then moved into a room with Jamal. Which is kind of a low-key crazy thing to do when you're actually not working with Jamal.
Okay, yeah, I know that, but if Patrick knew that Micah wasn't attacking, Eastern has literally nothing better to do than go to Ionian, or I guess theoretically Aegean, but
that's true.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So we have Jamal moving into Black Sea, which is always a great place to be. He covers Ionian, and he taps Bulgaria so that Micah can take Romania, showing that Micah is choosing a side in terms of Patrick or Jamal in the east. Meanwhile, it is looking pretty dominant for Bradley in in the West as he walks into Paris, walks into Picardy, walks up to Yorkshire, walks into London, supports English Channel to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, walks into Berlin. Wales moves into Channel, meaning that Yorkshire can guarantee take Liverpool. It's looking like he's going up 1, 2, 3, especially considering he's made the move against Micah with Patrick as Prussia supports Silesia to Warsaw. So Edinburgh's going to be taken this year most likely. And Mike is in a position where she's going to actually lose Moscow as well to Patrick if Bradley allows it. So in case he taps Warsaw and then Sev moves to Moscow.
Well, you might be right, Darcy. He's coming up aces for Bradley on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is Bradley's winning turn.
He kept in good faith with Micah for just the right amount of time, and now he's taking the dots that he needs and trading Micah for Patrick here in terms of who he's cooperating with.
I mean, it's not an awful turn for Jamal though, because he probably now has Bulgaria this year. Yeah, he has Bulgaria guaranteed as long as he goes in with the fleet. That puts him up to 11, but that doesn't compete with Liverpool, Eddie, Berlin, and Paris all falling to Bradley. This is Bradley saying, "Let's draw at the end of 1909, lads."
Jamal's going to have to try to find a way to get all the Austrian dots through the diplomatic workings here, basically.
That's not going to happen when Prussia's supporting Silesia to Warsaw.
Right.
I mean, Jamal had the right signal on the board. Move to Munich. You can take Munich. I'm not attacking you.
This is Bradley's about to go up to 13. Jamal will go up to 11, and Bradley has the tiebreaker, and there's only 2 years left.
It's an interesting. Well, it could be half a year. We don't know, but it could be 2.5 years. I mean,
you finish the year out, so it means that it'll be the 3 years.
I'm
most likely
curious. Why is, in your psychological read of this, Patrick so committed against Jamal? I mean, Patrick is the one who made the first move. Like, I think the sideline, I don't know why Patrick's annoyed that Jamal said the right thing. In my mind, Patrick did take the first swing. I guess I'm going to be considered a Jamal apologist in this episode, but I normally you don't see this level of what did Bradley do? Or what did Jamal do to engender all this fighting from Patrick?
So Patrick probably really responded really responded to when Bradley was saying, "You're just doing whatever Jamal wants you to do. You're not playing the game the way the game should be played. You know better than this," sort of attitude, sort of pitch. And Patrick probably has a sense of pride in terms of, I don't just want to be a Jamal puppet. I spend my time. Trieste. Okay.
Because Patrick had stabbed, Jamal said, "Let's make up." Patrick moved away, and then Trieste.
But what do you mean Trieste? Because Trieste was at the same time that Patrick moved on.
Patrick
Jamal
moved in the spring, and then Patrick and Jamal must have made up in the negotiations, and Patrick went to move away, and Jamal took Trieste at the same time he took the French stuff.
Patrick at the same time took Greece and Smyrna in that same fall turn.
Maybe that's true. It's not my head. I'm just trying to explain what he's
I'm just going, it's all circular logic, right? Because Jamal's getting punished because he was going ahead early, but the reason he went ahead early is because Patrick made a move on him. It all goes back in a circle. But all right, fall 1909. We'll see if this is the last turn or not. It's up in the air.
So
Oh, look at Greece. Look at Greece.
No, look at Marseille.
Greece
Look at
and
Marseille
Bulgaria,
and look at
but Louise is
Ionian.
Marseille, yeah.
Marseille and Ionian is killer.
Yeah, now Bradley and Jason are cooperating again on Marseille at least. Bradley picks up Liverpool, but not Edinburgh, and moves out of Berlin, preferring to position himself towards the Russian centers. But Jamal's gotten into Tyrolia, which will either give him a chance at Austrian or German center, I suppose.
But he's
Not
lost
with German
Tunis.
builds.
He's lost Tunis. He's lost Marseille. Bradley has St. Pete in pocket. Berlin's still in pocket. Edinburgh in pocket. And he's still taking the lead this turn.
Yeah, this is working out great for Bradley.
This is rough. Bradley has it on tiebreaker at the moment. Goes up +2. I'd probably put a fleet down and an army.
We are 11-11. Let's look at the builds.
I might just do 2 armies. Yeah.
Yeah, I might just do 2.
I don't know.
Because channel gets blown up. Yeah, okay, yeah.
The loss of Marseille is a killer for Jamal. I mean, it's all bad, but that's really bad because Berlin was always takeable anyways. But
I mean,
we have a sideline. Before I do the sideline, do we think that the game draws here?
The game won't draw. Jamal won't draw at this point, but it's over as of this year.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to not play out one more year, but it does look really good for Bradley. Really, really good.
Hello, everyone. We're here for 1909, and the vibes are starting to chill, but doesn't mean they're necessarily good. There's a little less tension, but people are not really enjoying it anymore. It's coming to an end. It's coming to a head. We'll see if it carries on into another year after this. But yeah, just to sort of kick it off, Bradley's talking to Patrick here, and he says, like, to be honest, I don't think you can really get second anymore. I'm really sorry about that, but I would like to continue working together. We can maximize our scores. And he keeps trying to make a pitch, but all Patrick says is no comment. He's not vibing anymore. He doesn't want a part of it. They want to get Micah on board to work with them. Micah joins them for the chat, but she's expressed she's sad if Bradley and Patrick stab her here, because obviously they coordinated a little bit around Bradley not taking Berlin and going up to Prussia and everything. So it's a bit of a tough choice for Bradley here, but I got to give it to him. He spent most of spring talking to Micah, and she was not really open to listening to him or anything he had to say, but he kept calm, he kept cool, he kept collected. And he did amazing. And by the end of the conversation, Micah is actually complimenting him and giving him a whole heap of respect and praise, saying, I really respect your gameplay because it makes sense. I may not always like it, but it makes sense. I understand it. Good for you. You're doing really well. And yeah, Bradley, takes it in his stride, nice and humble. And it's good vibes between the two of them, which was a huge turnaround. So again, like a massive testament to Bradley's diplomatic skills. He's just done really well this whole game. We come to the fall. Bradley's in a awesome position. He's pretty much got the zero threat, a whole heap of centers that are just his for the taking. We swap over to Jamal, Jason, and Micah, and Jason's just begging to be left alive on one. He's like, look, I haven't been eliminated all VDL season. I just want to live. I just want a survival. And no one's really saying anything. They're just like, okay, yep, no worries, yep, okay, yep. Because the only way he can survive is if Jamal gives up a center. But I think Jamal still, he wants to work for it. He wants to maximize his score. And I think he'll just give one up because someone played maybe poorly and wants to live.
Yeah, there was a point in spring where I was listening in on a Jamal and Jason conversation, and Jason was like, you might want to give me Spain at some point so I can keep that northern fleet. I almost had to take off my headphones because I just thought, in what world? In what world? I'm sorry to say it, but in what world? Yeah.
Yeah, especially with Liverpool and Eddie being guaranteed. There's not a lot of point in having one fleet up there.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's been an interesting time. I quite liked dropping in on a chat with Bradley and Patrick, who still, I think, have the most upbeat vibes of anyone on the board when they have conversations. Bradley says, "Hey, helping you with your tactics makes more sense than anything else." And Patrick's like, "I don't know if that's true, but go off, King." Surely a reference to Bradley's long time reign over the tour of Britain. But
that's a bit of a contrast to Patrick's negotiations with Jamal. You know, Jamal's trying to keep it cool, trying to keep it calm, trying to get some sort of productive conversation going. But you know, Jamal says, "Look, this game is Bradley's. How can we do our best, you know, to try and catch up to him or just maximize our own?" And Jamal says, "Yeah, look, this is just Bradley's." And Patrick goes, "I don't know about that." And Jamal's like, "Okay, like he's going up a few this turn." And Patrick he's not vibing this conversation with Jamal. He goes, "I don't know, I can't do the math." He's just mad, and he started referring to some of the other players in some of that very infamous Patrick colorful language. And he's just convinced Micah is throwing to Jamal, and it's really sad. The bloke is just down. He's not vibing it. I think he just wants it over. It's early morning for him as well, so that's a good thing to remember. He stayed up all night for this. But yeah, Patrick just wants Jason dead. He'd think that'd be funny. We just gotta see how it goes. But you know, back to it. This whole year, Bradley has just done so well maintaining chill vibes. Even though he's feeling stressed, he's composed. He's handling it really well. And
I think we have to shout that out before we wrap up. Like, if whether or not, whatever the end result of this game is, there have been a few people that have played, particularly exceptional games or games where there's been a lot of thoughtful play and thoughtful diplomacy. And Bradley is just, it feels like he's at the peak of his powers and is very content to let things go wild around him. He's not becoming part of the chaos. He is molding it, but also just responding to it and knowing where to calm it down where it matters. It's been a beautiful diplomatic game to watch, honestly.
He's been consistent throughout it all. He's been able to throw a bit of chaos where he needs to. He's been able to keep relationships well or repair them or whatever. He's done pretty good. And, a bit of a tone shift as well. Like, he's trying to play friendly. He's offering to put Jason into Marseille to keep him alive and that sort of thing. They come to an agreement with Micah. But a bit of a shift I wasn't expecting was Micah going to Jamal and leaking all of those moves. So that might actually result in Jason being eliminated. So we will have to see how those moves play out. But we'll go back to the board now and see what's going on. I suspect a draw vote, but I'm not quite sure it'll go through. So we shall see.
Might see you in 1910.
Or maybe we can go to bed. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. But anyway, have fun.
Interesting that it may have been a spring conversation, but it is interesting that Patrick seems to think that Micah is on Jamal's side, because I'm not getting that vibe at all. She can't be helping.
Micah is on Jamal's side based off the sideline that just said Micah leaked a whole bunch of moves to Jamal. At least that was what I got from that. But yeah, I mean, it just seems like Micah's done, Jason's done, Patrick's definitely done. Bradley would be happy to draw because he'd be winning. It's all down to Jamal, I think.
The bitter feelings at the end of a top board are always hilarious. I always just laugh when that happens. And I always remember this line from Boston Rob in Survivor when someone was afraid of doing something and Boston Rob just goes, don't worry about how everyone's acting now. Everyone's friends at the wrap-up party later on. And, part of me is like, there are people out here trying to win. Don't worry about it. Okay. You already said, Darcy, you don't think the game will draw. If I know Jamal, he's a fighter. I don't think he draws. Ben?
I'm going to guess not. Patrick seems like he's a also maybe angry or not wanting to put down the computer for the day, whatever. I was gonna say like the pen, but they're not. They're virtual.
The virtual sword and pen are still available. All right, so it goes on.
All right, Jamal does what's necessary to take back whatever Patrick goes into from Ionian. Elsewhere,
Well, I don't know if that's true, right? Because of the convoy.
Oh,
North Africa.
I didn't see that. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, another center that Jamal's going to lose to go back down to 10. As North Africa gets convoyed into, thanks to Micah convoying it, which is a gut punch, which is probably Micah saying, Jamal, draw the game, please. For the sake of everyone involved, draw. The whole board is not working with you now. Meanwhile, Jason continues to push that message as he supports Paris to Gascony. Elsewhere, Bradley takes St. Petersburg, still hasn't taken Berlin, might not take it considering Patrick's bad vibes, and he probably doesn't need it to win. And I mean, there's a bounce in Trieste, and nothing really much moves except Bradley towards victory.
I have to
fully agree.
There might be a draw vote now. There might be one now.
Jamal might be a fighter, but at this point, St. Pete, Berlin, Edinburgh, don't make me do it.
Sorry.
And he's going down to Tunis. Yeah, it's like going up to 14 while you go down to 10 with a year left. Like Jamal, Jamal drew earlier than that in the Snake Pit game that I won. It was a 1 dot difference, and I got it. So surely 4 is enough in VDL. Yeah,
there it is.
Well done, Bradley. Beautifully played game. I am now scared of Bradley whenever he's playing Germany.
It was really wonderfully played. Jamal was sitting at the beginning, and we were saying it was a Jamal game where he was getting everyone to move away from him. But Bradley also maintained his flexibility until just the right moment, made just the right decision, kept that right allies. Very impressive.
Man, and he did it just like he said he was going to do it. He said he was going to play a patient game. He said he wasn't going to lie. Like everything he said in the pregame interview basically ended up being true.
Said he was one to work with Micah, and worked out wonderfully.
Yeah, and he didn't even need to take Edinburgh or Berlin at the end there to hammer it home. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to give credit to Jamal. It's always rough being second in the top board when you've tried your heart out.
Don't I know?
and
At least four times.
I don't think there's much more that Jamal could have done in this game. To be honest, I think.
What more could the man have done?
Yeah, I think he played it. I think he played it as perfect as he could.
The only question is the attack on France. He had that choice whether to go east or west at that moment. And I'm not saying I see it the other way. I'm not sure how it would have gone. But if he'd have stayed in the east, maybe Germany and France would have been more balanced.
I think he was going to help France. I really do.
Yeah.
But then Patrick saw how open France was. Anyways.
And it seemed a lot like it was who's Patrick going to work with in the east rather than is Jamal going to stab for quite a bit. It was like, is Patrick going to take the stab to take Smyrna or Ankara? It wasn't, is Jamal going to get Constantinople? It was like the thinking was always, where's Patrick going to put his pressure on? And it wasn't really Jamal's to choose for much. I don't think I would have made any different decision than what Jamal chose there. I mean, it was just Bradley playing a stellar game. He wasn't scared of the EF Justin Jason potential relationship. He played really well into Micah not wanting to work with Justin at the start of the game, kept that relationship great, made the correct bounces to stay out of the East when Jason wanted to get Bradley into the East, worked through France pretty well, even after Jason built an army in Paris. Like, I think, just like we said, Jamal couldn't have done anything different. I don't see a single mistake in Bradley's game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, there he is.
And there's his smug
I was
face
about to
that
say,
just
did anyone
finished
interview him
complimenting
afterwards? Perfect. Congratulations, Bradley.
Thank you,
All right,
thank you.
Bradley. Congratulations on your well-deserved game. Your confidence in outlining your plan at the beginning. David had predicted you would win, the only one, and he was right. It looked like from the interviews, I don't know if you saw these interviews, man, where it looked like you had an EF. I was like, bro, Bradley's not gonna, so you picked Germany. You could have had Russia. Tell us, talk to us. It won't be as long as a diplomat's interview, but it'll be an interview.
It was essentially a signal to Micah, and I normally find that a Russia-Germany alliance can stall an England-France alliance forever. So I spent most of the first year basically going to the Westerns, asking for a Western triple just so that they don't attack me immediately while I set up my defenses with Micah. And by the time that all went through, Justin and Jason had arguments, and all of a sudden I had a path forward.
Did you have a hand in the conflict over Belgium in the first year or two, or was that all them?
You're all going to laugh at me because this didn't get picked up. I was terrified of getting bounced out of Holland. So the entire time I was supporting myself to Holland. And I went separately and offered Munich to both Jamal and Jason. And I was like, this is how I'm going to resolve it. Because Jason and Justin had been in a room for about 12 of the 15 minutes just talking about me. And effectively...
That's always a great feeling when you're just watching them talk.
Yeah, it's like... It was crazy. And then at the very last second, I was in a room with the two of them, and I heard bounce Belgium. And I ran, like, with about 15 seconds to go, I ran to Jamal and said, "Are you still going to Munich?" And he just said, "Yeah, I can't change." So I just said, "Okay, fine, I might have to bounce you there." Like, it was all crazy at the last second. But as soon as the Springo 2 moves went through, I felt quite confident, even though I had an English fleet in Helgoland.
Yeah, it seems like there might have been an agreement to take Belgium that didn't go through for the two of them. So you think they just naturally weren't able to? I was wondering if you were sort of stirring the pot there, but it seems like they just weren't able to get.
Why are they bouncing Belgium if it's an EF?
Yeah,
you're asking the wrong person here, Ed. I'm sorry.
All right. So as we sort of move on, I'm curious about going to Baltic. Like, if you had this Micah thing, like, what's up with that?
I agreed that she'd take Norway and I'd take Sweden, so I was going to do it in the most positive-looking way to the rest of the West. But it was all arranged and GR stuff.
And you're really the beneficiary of that fleet build in London, apparently, from our sideline reporters. That caused the tension between the two.
Yeah, and apparently there was some conversation this turn about Justin saying he'd support himself to the channel. And it just... I feel like I took advantage of a lot of early aggression that wasn't necessary.
And as we sort of move forward here, you benefit from this EF war. What's your relationship with Micah like? Because you don't take Sweden, but you're in Belgium, and the sideliner said there were some tensions between you and Micah that you couldn't negotiate over things well.
So there was something. I think it was the next turn in Spring 03. she asked me, would I be able to convoy Livonia over to Sweden and then take it in the fall? And we had about 10 minutes, about 5 minute conversation on what a healthy alliance looks like and all sorts of stuff. And eventually I was just like, look, I can't do that. You need the armies in the south. So, but it was all agreed. It wasn't bad. It was just natural alliance conversations.
All right. So you felt comfortable with Micah the whole time, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, I kind of want to run through the game a little bit, unless you see something that you definitely want to point out. The beginning pressure on Munich.
Yeah, it was. I think I remember talking to Patrick, and he said, "Oh, Jamal's worried about us putting 2 on Tyrolia," and I said, "As long as you don't go up to Bohemia, that's fine." And I sort of heard like a hesitancy, as if it was I've already agreed to go there sort of deal. So I just went, okay, we can bounce there, no worries. Like I was just wanting to keep good vibes for as long as possible, so that even if he did come to the line at any point, I could negotiate my way out of it instead of it just being a battle forever.
What was your read? Oh, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
You never went to Silesia. You had a couple opportunities in this situation. And it seemed to me like a diplomatic play over a tactical play, because Silesia gives you more options and you still have a support from Munich, from Kiel. Was that something with Micah, with Patrick diplomatically, or both?
I can't remember, but I think it was I think I asked Micah at one point and she said she wasn't incredibly comfortable with it. So I said, fine. Like, that relationship was more important than walking into Silesia for no reason.
Did you always know after the death of England that you wanted to go after Jason, or what was your plan heading into that next phase of the game?
I was going to sit still for a while, and then Jason told me he refuses to go down to Spain's south coast, not even directly attack Jamal, just would not go to mid-Atlantic and Spain's south coast. And at that point, I'm just like, well, where are you going to go? Like, if you're not going to go towards the Mediterranean, then you're coming after me. So I'm going to move first.
Yeah, so it is curious here because, as Darcy points out, right, the railroad's running out. You're friends with Jason, you're friends with Micah. What is your read on, obviously it turns out that Micah gets attacked, but I mean, did you think that was going to happen? Did you foresee that? And because I guess I'm especially curious, the sideline explained it a little bit about supporting Jason into Liverpool, but moving to Ruhr at the same time.
Yeah, so I moved into Ruhr because I didn't really like what Jason was doing in terms of the negotiations. And he never asked me not to go to Ruhr, so I've got no reason not to. He obviously didn't love it, but if you're in an alliance, like, ask those things. Like, Ruhr is a German space, okay? Like, I think that's pretty reasonable. When it came to how to deal with Micah, I might be giving the game away a little bit, but yes, I've seen this so often where Russia's in 2 different alliances, and everyone says Russia can't be in 2 alliances. What happens is someone stabs Russia if they try and play that game. So I found it often as Germany, where I'm working with Russia, and all of a sudden they get stabbed in the south because everyone's afraid that Germany and Russia are working together. That just benefits Germany. It's almost strange how consistent it is, and people should stop assuming that Russia can't be part of 2 alliances as long as they don't get too big.
Was Jason supposed to build a fleet in Marseille?
He did, and then he used my move to Ruhr as an excuse as to why he didn't. But by that
if
point,
he had built a fleet in Marseille, were you going to just run into him anyways?
Yeah, like at this point, there's no way.
Let's be fair.
Yeah,
is the right? Yeah.
No. The moment he told me he wasn't, like, I think it was in spring or fall of 2004. The moment he told me he wasn't willing to send fleets into the Med, that made my decision for me.
All right. So you both have cause to fight. There can't be any claims of a stab, but keeping Micah on side here, but this is what this may be, I think Darcy even predicted it now as super helpful to your game. This running in Austria against Russia with Jamal here a little bit.
Yeah, so based on the negotiations I heard, I knew that Patrick was either stabbing Jamal or stabbing Micah. There was no way it was sticking. So that's why I even leave Munich here. I'm not worried at all. Micah asked for a bounce in St. Leger, so fine. But yeah, it all came down to who was Patrick going to stab. And when I looked at the position, it didn't matter to me because either stabbing Jamal and I've still got a good alliance with Micah, or my allies being weaker and I'll disband in the north. So it genuinely didn't matter, and I was just basically playing a reactive game, and just waiting for other people to make mistakes and then capitalize on them.
Talk to us about talking to Patrick. It seemed like there was a lot of sort of mistrust that developed between Patrick and Jamal, and did you tweak that at all?
If you want to skip a little bit to spring 1907, yeah, so this turn, I was watching the stream. The sideline missed it because it was within the first 2 minutes. I think I gave my favorite, most impassioned speech I could come up with. I wish I could have recorded it because I want to hear if I'm delusional or if it was actually that good.
Recreate it for us.
Nah, no. It's 6 in the morning. Don't do that to me.
It's 6 in the morning over here, Ed.
Yeah. But I effectively just said, look, we're here to win the game. Jamal's got 3 centres in pocket whenever he wants and a Janissary on 6 centres as France. The game is effectively over unless we do something about it. And then I just decided, you know what? You can even have Berlin if that's what it would take. And then I didn't even get an answer of yes. I just sort of, I heard that it clicked, but I didn't get a definitive answer. And then about 5 minutes later, I heard from Micah that they'd completely resolved it and Patrick was making the move. So I think that seed was planted right at the start of spring 07. And Patrick made his own decision. I'm not going to say I influenced it one way or the other, but I definitely had a heavy hand in offering Berlin and giving a path to grow that looked feasible for Patrick to win the game.
Did you actually believe that it was a Jamal walk to victory
Yes.
due to his relationship with Jason? And you wouldn't have just gone for St. Pete, Edinburgh, and Liverpool and
I would have
tiebreak over Jamal.
I would have gone for it, and I think I've played enough with Jamal where once his ally doesn't have a chance, they're more than happy to help him win. So
yeah, okay.
Without breaking the Patrick Jamal alliance, there's no way.
We've gotten a little. Oh, sorry. Finish up.
No, go ahead.
We've gotten a little bit past it, but I was going to ask you when Micah got attacked and was pulling, what was the conversation that led to her keeping, I could have seen her say, sorry, I've got to pull my northern fleets. You're on your own now. I've got to defend myself. But she kept these northern fleets and continued on towards France. How did that conversation go? Did you need to be... Go on.
Well, we just discussed which builds were the most useful to Micah, because I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible. And she mentioned that there's no point keeping the Black Sea because it's just going to get blown up next year anyway. And then Norway was the obvious disband that I wanted to see anyway. So that I didn't even need to push or ask really because it felt natural.
And there's a dot for her to get in Liverpool and not really with other units. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, I think Darcy had said it's all but wrapped up. You were going to have with the builds you had in pocket, you would have won the tiebreakers. Let's not be humble here. did you feel like you had it wrapped up by the end of 07, or
No.
what were you worried about?
I can't point to what I was specifically worried about, but
who were you worried about?
It's a race between the moment Micah pulled back out of Turkey. It's a race between me and Jamal. So I don't want to say what specifically, like strategically, I was worried about. I was more worried that I'd get stressed and mess the orders up. That was my the amount of times I looked at Berlin and thought, oh yeah, I'm just going to take this now. It was about 4 or 5 turns in a row that I put the move into Berlin to take it in the fall. And then I just decided, you know what? Patrick's loyalty is more important. That's what wins me the game. But I was more stressed and worried about my own decisions messing up than anything else because it's happened before.
So the game does not draw at the end of 1909. You gotta love Jamal. He's trying.
It's so funny. We all took a draw vote. We came back. Jamal goes, "Congratulations, Bradley." And then we hear there is one public veto, and everyone knows what's going on. We won't admit it. It's really I respect. You've got to respect it, right? But it was funny at that point because I think by this point I knew I'd had it. It was only by the end of 09 I was like, okay, this is done.
That was done so much earlier.
No, it was, but that's the moment I felt it. That's the moment I accepted that.
We're sitting here counting dots and assuming alliance structures, and he's in the moment, right? Yeah.
Like looking at the board, it's obvious, but in the moment, that was the only time I'd realized it. And then the game carried on, and I just sort of publicly said, "Sorry, Micah and Patrick, I'm going to take 3 dots this year if Jamal doesn't accept the draw, because that's what needs to happen." And partly I said that to dishearten Jamal, but also I felt like he could see it anyway and just needed a little extra convincing. Don't know if it meant anything, but who knows?
That's how you get.
Okay, so Bradley, to players like me, especially Darcy and Ben, who lack the I don't know, the foresight. Tell us what is your path on a top board? What do we need to do?
First of all, the Darcy slander is unacceptable.
I know he just won one. That was bad.
When you win a top board, Ed, you can slander Darcy again. Okay. Look, I think a lot of people fall into bad habits of playing how they play regular games, and they think, "Oh, I need to be more aggressive, or I need to push for centers. I need to win the negotiations." And you see, even with the best players, they're so focused on winning these small negotiations that they don't look at the bigger picture in terms of the relationships. Like the amount of times I said to Patrick, "Yeah, you can have Berlin, but I'm taking it next year." And then I feel a little bit of insecurities. I'm like, "No, not going to take it. Still yours." That doesn't make sense in terms of what the small negotiation of how you can slightly increase your position. It's all about the relationships. The game's called diplomacy for a reason. And I think a lot of people make aggressive moves early or seem untrustworthy because they're trying to play all sides. And you can play all sides in the relationships while making the same moves with everyone. I don't know if that explains it the best way, but I think it makes sense in my mind anyway.
I think it's valuable insight that it's the long game. It's not the short game is basically what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you've got to, if you're not thinking at least 2 years ahead, then you're not going to win a top board, realistically, unless you get lucky, because if you're not thinking that far in advance, then someone else is.
All right. Bradley, is there anything else you'd like to say about the game to teach the masses? I wish with your prize money you could buy heating for your apartment or flat or wherever you live that you have to wear a puffy jacket indoors, and but that's England, I guess. But what advice do you have, if any?
I think I just gave general game advice, but I think people have joked about it on the stream, but I think genuinely having confidence in your ability to win makes a massive impact on your actual success. If you go into a game and you think, I'm not going to win this, look at all these scary players, then chances are you're going to lose because you're afraid of everyone. Whereas if you genuinely have the self-belief that you can win, then all you have to do is prove it.
Some might say, Bradley, that your winning move was eliminating McCallus in the December board and eliminating Darcy in the December board. But as Darcy hoped, his sacrifice was not in vain. Because Darcy had to die, you got to be our champion, our VDL champion for this season. Congratulations. Darcy, you're about to fall asleep, man. You're petering out at the end. But you've been great. Ben, you've been great. Bradley, fantastic. Thanks to Isaac for running it and to doing the Paris method. Our sideline reporters could not be better. Well, they could have been me. They could have been a little better. But other than me, they could have. And you're not Clubber Lang anymore. You're Rocky. And Clubber Lang punched himself out. But Rocky played the mind game to beat Clubber Lang. You're Rocky now. That's how good you are.
He's Rocky 3 specifically.
Clubber Lang was only in one movie. But fine. Yeah. Anyways, also the second player ever to win virtually, extended deadline, and face to face. Good job, Bradley.
Nice.
Darcy,
Bradley, you won face to face.
Yeah, I don't know who the first player to do all three was. Ed, is that a bit of a self patting on your back there?
It's somebody had to set the standard for other players. But
you didn't have to ask him, Bradley. You set him up.
In any event, I always remember that tournament of 13 people in Warrington that you won, so we can count that as a face-to-face win. But
it was 16 and somewhere else in the UK, but that's not the point. Okay.
All right. Anyways, enough of the details. The overall thing is you're a great player. You proved it again. Darcy, you want to sign us off?
Yes. Everyone, thank you for watching our 5-hour-long stream. It has been a long one. It has been a good one. Stay safe and stab well.
Play VDL next year. Anyone watching?